Hello, everyone. Welcome to the global edition of the Nudge Forum. Delighted to welcome all of you on behalf of the Nudge board and the Nudge team as well. This is in partnership with the Rockefeller Foundation and the Skoll Foundation. As you all know, we have had tremendous challenges globally, but specifically in the US, it's been COVID, and then more recently, Black Lives Matter. And the Indian American community and diaspora here in the US has come out in strong support of Black Lives Matter and our brothers and sisters in the Black community as well. And we have started to join them and support them in their fight for racial justice. And in a true spirit of collaboration that you'll see now today, that we are partnering, Indians and the Black community are partnering together, and you'll see a result of this collaboration right before your very eyes. Mary Milben is a Black American singer. She's an actress. She's had the honor to perform in front of 3 different US presidents, George W. Bush, President Obama, and President Trump. She's a terrific friend of the Indian community, and in spirit of collaboration, you will now listen to the Indian National Anthem.
Namaste. Today marks an important day in India for Indian Americans and Indians all over the world, India Independence Day. I want to send my warmth to His Excellency President Ramnath Kovinda, to His Excellency and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, to His Excellency and Ambassador Taranjit Singh Sandhu, and to all of India as you celebrate this 74th Independence Day. While we are unable to physically celebrate together, our hearts can all be united virtually in the spirit of freedom. America and India, the world's 2 largest democracies, share the value of freedom. Freedom given divinely and by those who have laid down their lives in defense of freedom. To all the Indian allied forces today, I salute you for your service and courage to defending India's freedom. Here in the United States, I have had the great honor to perform America's national anthem and patriotic music for 3 consecutive U.S. presidents and all across America. And now, I am learning the anthems of the world. During quarantine, I have had the daily joy to sit and learn India's national anthem with my beloved Hindi coach, Dr. Moksha Raj, first cultural diplomat at the Embassy of India in Washington, D.C. India's national anthem speaks to the beauty of India and the spirit of freedom. Jana gana mana atinayaka jaya hai Bharat bhagya vidhata Sindh, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Utkala, Banga, Viende, Himachal, Yamuna, Ganga, Achala, Jalati, Taranga, Tava Subhana me jage, Tava Subha Asisha mange. God bless you on this glorious Independence Day. God bless India. And and may God bless your homeland forever.
Wow. All I can say is wow. What an inspiring rendition of the Indian national anthem written by Rabindranath Tagore and beautifully, beautifully performed by Mary Milben. And I hope this video goes viral. I hope all of you tweet about it, all of you share it with all your friends and colleagues. And this will be a milestone to remember in the years to come. Today is a very important day for India. At this time, right now, as we speak, this was when the first Prime Minister of India was delivering his famous Tryst with Destiny speech in Parliament on the occasion of the first Independence Day of India, where he charted a vision for an independent India. That was a big responsibility everyone had to take care of the underprivileged and to find opportunities for them and bring them out of poverty. India's journey for poverty alleviation over the past 70 years was marked by many different models. Initially, for several decades, the government was driven by a socialist model that resulted in nation building but lower growth rates. In the decade of the 90s, there was some market reforms that drove up the growth rates and started India on a different trajectory, if you will. Now, it's on a very different model. It's an inclusive model, which is where government, industry, and civil society work together. As we call it, Samaj, Sarkar, and Bazaar. Now, I want to take this opportunity to introduce our first speaker, Ambassador Taranjit Sandhu, who is the Indian ambassador to the US, is a dear friend, and he is no stranger to the United States. This is his third stint to the US, to the United States itself. And this time, we are happy to welcome him back as the ambassador of India. And now we want our dear friend, Ambassador Sandhu, to deliver his opening remarks.
Namaskar. Good afternoon from Washington, D.C. Happy Independence Day. We are marking 74th anniversary of India's independence. I compliment the thoughtful initiative of celebrating India's independence through a conversation on India's development and for bringing together the Indian diaspora on this common platform. 15th August is an important moment to reflect on what we have achieved as a nation since independence. It is also a time to outline about our goals and priorities. In the last 73 years, India has pursued economic modernization and lifted millions out of poverty. Our efforts as a nation have been to improve the quality of life of ordinary Indians. Our goal for development is an inclusive one. We want to ensure that the benefits of modernization reach everyone. We want to ensure universal access to healthcare and education. We also want to ensure that our youth, which constitutes more than half of our population, are skilled and have opportunities to realize their aspirations. We have a commitment to develop in a sustainable way. We are committed to reducing our carbon emissions, and we have an ambitious agenda for clean energy. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the government has adopted an ambitious program for India's development under the philosophy Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas. We have made important strides in health, education, electricity, housing. We have the largest healthcare insurance program in the world. Ayushman Bharat covers more than 500 million Indians. Our Housing for All program will ensure that every Indian will have a safe and secure roof by 2022. The Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, with the mission of cleanliness for all, aims to achieve total sanitation in India. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao is a nationwide advocacy campaign to ensure gender equality and end discrimination against women. Through the use of technology, the Jan Dhan Yojana ensured direct benefits transfer to over 700 million people in India. These are just some examples of our recent achievements. People's participation in development is critical for successful outcomes. By building partnerships through a collective effort, we can achieve many milestones. The diaspora has an important role to play in India's development. We appreciate your desire to be part of this journey. The 4 million plus Indian diaspora in the United States is vibrant and enterprising. It has distinguished itself in all walks of life. Individuals have occupied high offices in the Congress, in politics, as heads of Fortune 500 companies. You have distinguished yourself across various fields. You are leaders in the tech industry, startups, medicine science, arts and culture, academics. Through the dint of your hard work and by giving back to the community, the Indian diaspora has integrated itself in the United States. Your spirit of community service is commendable. You are connected culturally to the country of your birth. You also bring the spirit of pluralism and diversity of India to your adopted country. The diaspora's desire to give back and be involved in India's development is commendable. You can bring new ideas, innovation, and enterprise to India's journey of development. Some of you have left your careers and joined hands in pursuit of your commitment to improve the lives of ordinary Indians. We look forward to a constructive and active role played by the diaspora in the journey of India's development. As we face an unprecedented situation in the times of pandemic, it has become more important to work collectively towards ensuring inclusive development. We need to come together for our common goals. With these words, I once again congratulate the organizers for putting this program and wish you success. Happy Independence Day. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Sandhu, for those welcome remarks. And you really know what collaboration is all about. Like I mentioned before, the focus is on inclusive growth, where it's important for government, industry, and civil society to work together. That's why we felt the need for this collaborative platform called the Nudge Forum, a platform that'll bring together all stakeholders in India's development. The Nudge Forum hosted its inaugural event in May 2020. It provided a platform for 500 plus development experts, including Nobel laureates, bureaucrats, philanthropists, civil society leaders, academics, and grassroots workers and business leaders from all walks of life in more than 150 hours of discussion on India's development agenda. It was titled Charcha 2020, and this convening engaged more than 300,000 people on India's developmental challenges. This dialogue and action on the ground validated the need for a collaborative platform like the Nudge Forum. Recognizing this need, now this Nudge Global Forum really is taking this internationally. So now, with the help of both the Rockefeller Foundation and the Skoll Foundation, we will take this discourse on Indian development to the next stage. This is a never before done format. In the US, we used to call this a telethon, when you had literally 24 hours of programming on television. But with today's technology, we're able to bring this globally and have a much more interactive session with all of you here. So this is the beginning of the 24 hours. And in order to vet your appetite, I'm just going to share a small inspiring video. You will see this many times during the 24 hours. These are real stories, on the ground stories from India that will truly inspire all of you to get more engaged. So let's see our first video.
अगर हम कोविड की बात करें तो कोविड का पैंडेमिक पूरे वर्ल्ड में इस वक्त चल रहा है। पैंडेमिक्स अक्सर आते रहते हैं और जाते रहते हैं। 1820 के अंदर पैंडेमिक आया था, 1720 में भी आया था, लगभग 100 साल के बाद में पैंडेमिक आता है। रिसेंट पैंडेमिक 1920 में आया था स्पेनिश फ्लू का, जिसके अंदर की 5 करोड़ लोगों की मृत्यु हो गई थी और हिंदुस्तान अकेले में 1.25 करोड़ लोगों की मृत्यु हुई थी। और अब ये पैंडेमिक चल रहा है कोविड का। लेकिन समय के साथ में ये पैंडेमिक्स का प्रहार कम होता जाता है, क्योंकि ह्यूमन अंडरस्टैंडिंग बढ़ गई है, टेक्नोलॉजी की एडवांसमेंट हो गई है। उसकी वजह से पैंडेमिक्स के प्रकोप जो है वो थोड़े कम हो जाते हैं जैसे जैसे समय बढ़ता जा रहा है। अगर हम कोविड की बात करें तो पूरे विश्व के अंदर कोविड लगभग 20 मिलियन लोगों को अफेक्ट कर चुका है। 20 मिलियन यानी 2 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोगों को वर्ल्ड ओवर में इसका अफेक्ट हो चुका है। और अगर हिंदुस्तान की हम बात करें तो आंकड़े ये बताते हैं कि 2.4 मिलियन यानी कि 24 लाख लोगों को कोविड की इन्फेक्शन हो गई है, जो कि हमारे पास में डाटा है, जिसमें से 47,000 लोगों की हिंदुस्तान में मौत हो गई है। अब फर्क क्या है फॉरेन कंट्रीज में, अब्रॉड और हिंदुस्तान में? फर्क ये है, कुछ अच्छी बातें हैं हिंदुस्तान के कोविड के बारे में। सबसे पहली चीज तो यह है कि यहाँ पे मॉर्टेलिटी रेट जो है बहुत कम है, यानी कि मृत्यु दर जो है वो काफी कम है, जो कि केवल 2.19% है। लेकिन अगर हम वर्ल्ड ओवर की बात करें तो मृत्यु दर काफी ज्यादा है, 4.8% के आसपास की है। मृत्यु दर जो है वो इंटरनेशनल सिनेरियो में हर कंट्री की डिफरेंट रही है। इटली के अंदर मृत्यु दर जो है 10 से 11% की गई है। यूएसए के अंदर मृत्यु दर 4.78% की गई है। और अगर हम हिंदुस्तान में बात करें तो मृत्यु दर 2.19% केवल है। ये एक अच्छी बात है। दूसरी एक जो बहुत अच्छी बात है हिंदुस्तान की वो ये है कि यहाँ पर रिकवरी रेट बहुत अच्छा है, यानी कि 70% के करीब जो मरीज हैं वो रिकवर हो चुके हैं। रिकवरी रेट 70% है, जो कि इंटरनेशनली सारी कंट्रीज के हिसाब से बहुत टॉप पोजीशन पे आता है। तो हमारे हिंदुस्तान में कोविड की 2 चीजें बड़ी अच्छी हैं। एक तो यहाँ पे मृत्यु की दर काफी कम है और दूसरी तरफ रिकवरी रेट जो है बहुत अच्छा है, 70% के करीब जो है रिकवरी रेट है। अब हम आते हैं वॉरियर्स कौन है जिन्होंने कि कोरोना को फ्रंट लाइन से लड़े हैं। उन वॉरियर्स के अंदर बहुत सारे लोग आ जाते हैं, पुलिस के आ जाते हैं कर्मी, मीडिया कर्मी आ जाते हैं, एनजीओज आ जाते हैं, लेकिन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट रोल जिन्होंने कि फ्रंट के ऊपर आके लड़ा है वो हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स का है। हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स के अंदर डॉक्टर्स आ जाते हैं, नर्सेज आ जाती हैं, मेडिकल स्टाफ आता है, पैरामेडिकल स्टाफ आता है, इवन सफाई कर्मचारी अस्पतालों के आ जाते हैं। इन लोगों ने बहुत ही शिद्दत के साथ में लड़ाई लड़ी है। अगर हिंदुस्तान अकेले की बात करें तो 104 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है कोविड से, और इससे भी कहीं ज्यादा, क्योंकि बहुत सारे डॉक्टर्स जो हैं नेशनल आईएमए के मेंबर नहीं हैं, लेकिन 109 डॉक्टर्स तो नोन हैं जिनकी मृत्यु हुई है कोविड से। और हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स भी बहुतों की मृत्यु हुई है, वर्ल्ड ओवर जो है काफी लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है। अगर आप इटली की बात करें तो एक टाइम पे 10,000 हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स जो है क्वारंटीन में थे इटली के अंदर। तो हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स के ऊपर बहुत प्रकोप आया है इस बीमारी का। लेकिन इस प्रकोप के साथ में एक और भी चीज हुई है हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स के साथ में, कि हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स की मोर्टेलिटी रेट जो है वो जनरल पॉपुलेशन से थोड़ी ज्यादा है। शायद वो ऐसे एटमॉस्फेयर में काम करते हैं जहां पर कि बड़े कंसंट्रेटेड इन्फेक्शंस उनको होने के चांसेस होते हैं। तो मृत्यु दर भी जो है जो हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स हैं उनकी काफी ज्यादा हुई है एज कंपेयर टू द जनरल पब्लिक। अब हम बात करते हैं कि कोविड के अंदर हमें जो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है कि इस बीमारी को, क्योंकि बीमारी अभी भी चल रही है, आज भी हमारे देश के अंदर 66,000 केसेस रोज हो रहे हैं। अगर हम इसी दर से चलते हैं तो 3 हफ्ते के अंदर हम जो इस वक्त हमारे यहाँ पे 22 लाख के करीब केस हैं, आने वाले 3 हफ्ते के अंदर ये 44 लाख हो जाएंगे। डबलिंग रेट बहुत तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। तो हमारे को प्रिकॉशंस क्या लें? देखिए, प्रिकॉशंस बड़ी सिंपल है। अगर आप ह्यूमन टू ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन करेंगे तभी आपको कोविड होगा, नहीं तो नहीं होगा। तो कोशिश कीजिए कि ह्यूमन टू ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन, घर से बाहर निकलने से पहले, किसी मीटिंग में जाने से पहले अपने आप से सवाल पूछें, क्या ये जरूरी है? क्या ये ह्यूमन टू ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन अवॉइड हो सकती है? क्या ये काम टेलीफोन पे, व्हाट्सएप पे, फेसबुक पे या हमारे किसी मेल के ऊपर या वेबिनार के ऊपर तो नहीं ये मीटिंग हो सकती? ट्राई टू अवॉइड ह्यूमन कॉन्टैक्ट्स, ये सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है। जहाँ पर हो सके ह्यूमन कॉन्टैक्ट को अवॉइड कीजिए। कम्युनिटी गैदरिंग्स में नहीं जाइए, ये सब चीज़ें अभी भी अवॉइड करना बहुत ज़रूरी है, नहीं तो ये इन्फेक्शन। मैं एक चीज़ और बता दूँ, जो पेंडेमिक है वो लहरों में आते हैं। पिछली वाला पेंडेमिक जो है 4 लहरों में आया था और 2.5 साल तक चला था। तो हमें ये खुश नहीं होना चाहिए कि हमारी सिटी में अब केसेस कम हो रहे हैं तो शायद अब सेफ हो गए, हो सकता है दूसरी लहर आ जाए। तो ये बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है हमारे लिए जानने के लिए। पहली चीज़ है ह्यूमन टू ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन को अवॉइड कीजिए। दूसरी चीज़ है हैंड हाइजीन को मेंटेन कर, क्योंकि ये इन्फेक्शन जो है अगर हम हाथ से अपने नाक, मुंह या आंख को खुजाते हैं तो फिर उससे इन्फेक्शन होने के चांसेस हैं, अगर हमारे हाथ कोविड वायरस से कंटेमिनेटेड हैं तो। तीसरी चीज़ है रेस्पिरेटरी हाइजीन रखिए। जिस भी व्यक्ति से मिल रहे हैं कम से कम 2 मीटर का फासला रखिए, ये बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है। मास्क का इस्तेमाल हर वक्त कीजिए, ये बड़ा ज़रूरी है। कॉफ एथिक्स को फॉलो कीजिए। जब भी कभी आपको खांसी करनी हो तो आप उसको इस तरह से करके इनसाइड ऑफ द एल्बो के अंदर खांसी कीजिए ताकि ये इन्फेक्शन कहीं पर और ना फैल पाए। ये अगर हम कुछ प्रिकॉशंस लेंगे तो हम कोविड से बचे रह सकते हैं। इसके अलावा आप आरोग्य सेतु ऐप है वो डाउनलोड कर लीजिए। आप हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेयर की साइट्स हैं या WHO की साइट है, अपने आप को एजुकेटेड रखिए इस बीमारी के लिए, क्योंकि रोज रोज नए शोध हो रहे हैं और इसके ऊपर एजुकेटेड रखिए। इसका वैक्सीन का स्टेटस क्या है, इसका ट्रीटमेंट का स्टेटस क्या है, इसके वार्निंग साइंस क्या है। यू शुड बी फुल्ली आपको इसके बारे में उतना ही ज्ञान होना चाहिए जो एक डॉक्टर को ज्ञान है। अगर हम ये सारी प्रिकॉशंस लेके चलते हैं तो ये कोविड
Sorry for those difficulties, ladies and gentlemen, but that was definitely something that you'll hear from throughout the next 24 hours. I will now just briefly touch upon Nudge. Why is Nudge doing this? Again, in 2015, when the entire world signed on to the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and said we have to eradicate poverty in this generation. At the same time, the founder of Nudge, Atul Satija, had a calling where he quit his corporate life, his technology company, and had a calling to serve India with greater purpose. That was when Nudge Foundation started. Initially, there was a Gurukul. This was a nudge for young adults to achieve their potential by developing their life, learning, and livelihood skills. And this program is now the Nudge Center for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. This has, again, graduated so many different classes over the past 5 years. This is an extremely successful program supported by a lot of corporates in India through their CSR gifts, as well as individuals who really see this as one of the ways to eradicate poverty in India. The second thing that Nudge gets involved in is NCORE, the Center for Social Innovation. This was born out of the need to make the development sector attractive to top talent from the private sector and other sectors. This is an incubator that really fosters these early stage entrepreneurs to commit to solving India's problem at scale. As we all know, India's problems all have to be at scale. It can't be for one individual, 100, it has to be for millions of individuals across the country. So this accelerator program starts young nonprofits to achieve ambitious trajectory of meaningful impact with mentorship from experts, with funders who contribute to these programs and accelerate their growth journey of these nonprofits. And then the final leg of the stool for Nudge is the Nudge Center for Rural Development. Nudge, this is serving the invisible population of who are in extreme poverty, and they have to take their first steps towards economic empowerment. This is a critical intervention for us to address the basic human development needs through an evidence-based approach advocated by Nobel laureates Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo. And again, there's no coincidence that Abhijit will be the opening keynote for this 24-hour marathon session that we have for all of you today. Also, just quickly, Nudge also has a US presence, and you can get in touch with us here as well. And one final thing I want to tell you for the next 24 hours, we have amazing programming. I hope you'll stay up. You'll stay up for the entire 24 hours and be with us. But these are the speakers. Like I mentioned, next up is Professor Abhijit Banerjee. But there are many, many other people to provoke your thoughts, to help you nudge your way through what you want to do in your journeys. We have Vinod Khosla, the legendary venture capitalist, Deshpande, the entrepreneur, a successful entrepreneur and successful philanthropist, Lord Meghanand Desai, Don Gibbs, the CEO of Skoll Foundation, Raj Shah, the president of the Rockefeller Foundation, Raj Subramaniam, the president of FedEx, Dheeraj Pandey, the founder and CEO of Nutanix, Pradeep Khosla, the chancellor of UC San Diego, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, the chief scientist at the World Health Organization, Dr. Arvind Panagriya, professor at Columbia University and former vice chair of Niti Aayog, Mukesh Aghi, the president of USISPF, Iqbal Daliwal, the global executive director of JPAL at MIT, Nisha Biswal, the president of USIBC. We have Amitabh Kant, the CEO of Niti Aayog, Rajeshri Birla, Dr. Indu Bhushan, the movie producer and philanthropist Ronnie Screwwala and Zarina Screwwala, journalist Faye D'Souza, journalist and Michelin star chef and humanitarian Vikas Khanna, and ladies and gentlemen, many, many more to name, but all I can promise you is 24 hours of engagement, of inspiration, of collaboration, of discussions, dialogues. I know this platform that we are using will help you network, will help you put out comments, maybe make your commitments to India's future. And so with that opening 30 minutes, I want to turn the floor back to our organizers. And before I do that, I want to give a big shout out to Atul Satija, the founder of Nudge, to my fellow Nudge board members, and to the entire Nudge team for spending sleepless nights and one more sleepless night coming up as we move on with the show. So welcome, thank you, and enjoy the other 23 and a half hours. Manish, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Rangaswamy. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the Nudge Forum and the opening plenary with Professor Abhijit Banerjee, moderated by Manish Dhir. Before we get started, a few housekeeping items. The session is 45 minutes in duration. The audience will be in listen-only mode. You can put questions in the Q&A box that you see towards the bottom of your screen. If you are not in the Zoom meeting, but watching on a streaming service, you will not be able to ask questions from the speakers. To join and engage on your phone, please download the Identify app and look for the Nudge Forum. To get the session started, I would like to introduce Manish here. Manish serves on the board of the Nudge Foundation and is also active as a mentor for budding social entrepreneurs in the Nudge Center for Social Innovation. With a career spanning nearly 3 decades in technology general management, he's currently based in the Bay Area, serving as the Chief Product Strategy Officer at Fair Isaac Corporation. Previously, he was based in Bangalore as the Managing Director for Apple India for 6 years. Manish is an alumnus of Stanford University, UCLA, and IIT Delhi. Thank you for joining us, Manish. Over to you.
Thank you, Rima. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you, Manish.
All right. Well, hello, everybody, and good afternoon and a very good evening on this August occasion to all our viewers that are dialed in. Today, it is my distinct pleasure to kick off the opening plenary session of the Nudge Forum by introducing Professor Abhijit Banerjee. Professor Banerjee is the Ford Foundation International Professor of Economics at MIT and the co-winner of the Nobel Prize for Economics in 2019 for research on poverty alleviation. He is the co-founder of the Abdul Latif Jameel Poverty Action Lab, a research affiliate of Innovations for Poverty Action, a member of the Consortium on Financial Systems and Poverty, and serves on the Academic Advisory Board of Plaksha University. He's also the co-author of two very topical books, Poor Economics and Good Economics for Hard Times. So before I hand over to Professor Banerjee, I should mention we have about 45 minutes set aside for this session. Dr. Banerjee will be speaking for about half that time, after which we'll have a conversation with him. So welcome, and over to you, Professor Banerjee.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And happy Independence Day to all the Indians who are on this on Zoom and listening otherwise. I think before one gets into what's right and what's wrong with India, it's worth saying that the Indian project is a remarkable project. It's one of the bravest adventures in state building that we know of. If you read what people were saying about India when India was proposed or sort of mooted, there was lots of negativity, I would say, and it's not entirely it's not entirely unreasonable, and you might say that's sort of what makes the project in a sense remarkable. Winston Churchill, who was really not a friend of India's, said India is merely a geographical expression. It is no more a single country than the equator. It's after all a nation of hundreds of languages, 23,000 dialects, many religions, so many sources of disagreement, conflict, and basically Churchill had predicted that without the British, India will fall back quickly into the barbarism and privations of the Middle Ages. There was others who were also negative. For example, the fact that India was one country which went to universal adult franchise directly from no democracy whatsoever, and at a time when India had 20% literacy, and based the various leading scholars of democracy, Robert Dow was probably the 20th century's kind of the leader in democratic theory, said India is a leading contemporary exception to democratic theory. India is not supposed to be a democracy. It's not supposed to work as a democracy. If you add to that the fact there's a long history of caste-based oppression, one of the most brutal systems of discrimination known to man, you see why people were holding their breath when the Indian project was mooted. And for a long time, I felt that, maybe this is a project that's going to collapse on its own weight. It's just too many divergences, too much illiteracy, too many conflicts, and yet, after 73 years, we know that hasn't happened. We're still a nation, fraying a bit, but still at the edges, but maybe still a nation. Still a democracy, at least in the sense that elections are held on time, voting is mostly free, and those who get the most votes win the seat. So as the recent events highlight, there was much to be concerned about. We have poverty between 1993 and 2011, but maybe poverty has been going up in the last few years. That's a concern. Caste wage gaps have shrunk very substantially since the 1980s, which reflects an equally strong convergence in the caste education gaps. If you compare that with, for example, the United States, where the black-white gap has remained stubbornly large. So in some ways, all of these things are achievements. And the one achievement I wanted to, and I will emphasize, and that's sort of the meat of my talk, is the fact that even as a very poor country, even in 1950, we were a moral and an intellectual leader in the world. And the part that I want to spend my time talking about is our intellectual leadership. I want to start by telling you a story. In, I think, 1953, or Chu Enlai came to India. Chu Enlai was the Prime Minister of China, came to India, and his primary interest was to learn about how Indians did surveys. He went to the Indian Statistical Institute and spent hours there interrogating everybody about how surveys were done, because he wanted to replicate that in China. That's not an accident. India was, in fact, remarkably, at this point, when I mean by intellectual leader, is literally that in this particular form of rigorous policy thinking, India was maybe the world leader, certainly a world leader. I mean, there was this Indian Statistical Institute was a really top institution in that general area of statistics, data science, as it used to be, with people like C.R. Rao, Raghuraj Bahadur, Rajchandra Bose, Somarendranath Roy. These were all absolutely top people in the field, and it attracted, like, for example, the great Russian mathematician Kolmogorov would come and spend months there. J.B.S. Holden, who was one of the great British biologists and one of the founders of the field of biometrics, spent his last years working at the Indian Statistical Institute, etc. So there was really a sense of extraordinary quality of intellectual quality there. The National Sample Survey, which Chu Enlai was so interested in, was the first example of a scientifically designed, nationally represented household survey anywhere. I mean, anywhere, not in the developing, but anywhere. And it remains the model for household surveys everywhere in the developing world. It's most surveys, the World Bank's Living Standards Measurement Survey, is actually the NSS mildly translated into different contexts. The CSO, the Central Statistical Organization, was the pioneer in how to estimate GDP in a developing country. There's a thesis by Moni Mohan Mukherjee under Simon Kuznets, Nobel Prize winner at Harvard, on how to compute GDP in a poor country. So these were all really pioneering steps. We've sort of forgotten this history. I really wanted to spend a minute or two on it, because it seems to me that it's a history that we should take pride in. To continue a little bit in economics, the integration between high economic thinking and practical policy thinking was happening as much anywhere in the world as in Delhi, where Jagdish Bhagawati, Amartya Sen, T.N. Srinivasan, but also people who maybe we have forgotten now, but really great figures like Sukhumai Chakraborty, Padma Desai, Raj Krishna, and of course Manmohan Singh, were all there at the same time. They were teaching, they were doing research, they were working in policy space. A lot of the early empirical research in development economics, my field, it came out of India. Pranab Bardhan, Ashok Rudra, T.N. Srinivasan were some of the great figures in this enterprise. Mahalanobis and Pitambar Pant were great bureaucrats, in a sense, leaders of connecting policy to sort of research, and an enormous number of scholars from all over the world worked on India. My MIT colleague Dick Akas thinks of himself still, he's now 90, thinks of himself as an India scholar. He spent his early years working in the Planning Commission. So there's just really a remarkable level of, he spent months in Delhi working at the Planning Commission. So this was just a different world where we were really the intellectual hub of a particular kind of research. And that particular sort of elite status, I'm afraid we have lost. Now, it's still true that there are remarkable things that keep coming out of India. I think the one example that I always go back to is the remarkable survey that Pratham does called ASAR, the education survey that they do every year nationwide, measuring representative at the district level, measuring educational performance. That's a survey that now has been imitated in many countries, in Pakistan, in East Africa, in West Africa. It's something that is a tool that many countries have adopted. It was invented in India in the early 2000s. In many ways, if one takes a slightly broader view, I think the thinking on how to design welfare schemes, the design of NREGA, of the Food Security Act, these were also domains where research and policy making met. These are two of the world's largest welfare schemes. Maybe the two largest welfare schemes in the world are the NREGA and the NFSA, the National Food Security Act. I think even more recently, the building of the Aadhaar infrastructure, whatever its imperfections, conceptually, the idea that this can be a way of transforming welfare payments, the idea of using the NDA government's idea of using the JAM trinity, the Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, and mobile infrastructure to transform money. All of these were innovative ideas, globally innovative ideas. So, and for our own work in JPAL's work, the Abdul Latif Jameel Poverty Action Club work, India is the biggest country. We work with state governments, all over the country, across the political spectrum. We work with Mr. Modi in Gujarat. We worked with Mamata Banerjee in West Bengal. We worked with Nitish Kumar in Bihar. We worked with Amarinder Singh in Punjab. We worked with the current Haryana government. We worked with the Delhi government. We worked with the Tamil Nadu government. We worked with the UP government. So in some ways, there is still receptivity to research at a level and an appreciation of quality, which is extremely gratifying and helpful. But that said, I would say we are no longer where we were, and you can see that in some ways in the reaction to the way India is now reported on in the West, which is often, I would say, sometimes cruel, but often not unfair, just to point out that, for example, the NSS, which I was talking about with so much pride, is no longer available. The 2017-18 NSS, it had an employment round which the government disagreed with and suppressed or junked basically, and then the consumption data, which showed that maybe poverty was actually rising slightly, is no longer available to us. The GDP data, again, there seems to be constant revisions in how it's done, and to the point where the previous chief economic advisor, Arvind Subramaniam, has said that the growth rate is probably half of what is being claimed. All kinds of, there was supposed to be an NSS data that was going to help us revise the GDP. Instead, the government rejected that data. So we're in a place where very little information about India, hard information, is coming out, and that's frightening. Some of this is I think, genuine problems in the NSO and CSO, which we should have fixed many years ago, has been pointed out by many people for many years and has not been fixed. And I think that is that's in some ways the pressure is not a bad thing, but I think there is also just, I think, lack of prioritization, which has allowed the National Statistical Commission, which was set up, I think, 15 years ago, has still, the bill for it has not passed Parliament yet, because essentially it's not a priority for anybody. And so the kind of thing that can give priority to high quality data is just not happening. And I think in general, successive governments, not just this one, have been suspicious of losing control over the data. I think the consequences of a lack of a culture of scientifically informed policymaking were all too evident in the recent pandemic. The lockdown, in my opinion, and I think opinion was too early. We did it too quickly. Before enough, if we knew that the lockdown would only last for a short amount of time, we might have wanted to have so lockdown, which was when the disease was really had already reached a lot of people, to lock down then, because then you would slow it down when it's actually needed to slow down. We did instead, we moved very early and then opened up very early, because you can't keep people locked down for a very long time. And that created, I think, worse outcomes than would have been otherwise. We had not thought about the migrants, the way the lockdown was done, the fact that it was just shut down, the country was shut down in 4 hours notice. Just partly just the thought of what the migrants will do had not been engaged with. And that's partly because we know so little about migrants. In fact, we have no survey that actually now that migration is a matter of 10 or 20 or 30 million or even more people, we just don't have any sense of how they live, how many of them are there, where they live. A lot of them, the problem was partly that the migrants had just no place to live. They always lived in the construction site, and when the construction site was closed, they just had no place to live. And that kind of thing needs to be documented. We need an intellectual basis for dealing with these problems. If we don't have the intellectual basis, we're going to keep making these mistakes. By the time the migrants problem was fully recognized, the migrants had lived in those cities for a long enough time, in Bombay, in Delhi, where they were getting COVID. And that meant that when they went back, and they went back in crowded trains and crowded trucks, they were spreading the disease to more people. The fact that we keep till the end of July, there was just the head of ICMR was declaring that there's no community transmission in India. Some of the states were not. There were, Kerala and West Bengal had already admitted there was community transmission. But the fact that there was just, again, that's just unscientific. There's no possible way that could be true. So I feel that that's a sign of a country which is no longer as clear about its commitment to a knowledge-based, science-based policy thinking as it was, as we started. I think in some ways we made many mistakes. And this is not to say that science always gets it wrong. I mean, clearly our planned economy was a disaster. But I think that we certainly, the way we discovered it was a disaster was partly the work of people who were doing scientific work, like Bhagavati, like Srinivasan, like Padma Desai. And I think the fact that we, like Rajkrishnan, many of these people were criticizing from the beginning or from very early years the way we were doing planning. So I think there's the fact there was an intellectual culture of engagement with the policy space where everybody appreciated quality thinking and precision and being right was very instrumental in the way India had evolved. And now I think that's such. So to end, I want to say The new economic education policy has just been announced, and its goal is to turn India into a vibrant knowledge hub, I quote. And I think and there are good ideas in the policy, certainly trying to attract world-class universities and to adopt their models of education. Both of those are good ideas. But I think more importantly, we have to have faith in knowledge, wherever it takes us. And that's not to say that the exact truth is always available to us. It's often elusive, but that's not a reason to stop paying attention to the available evidence. We have to have faith in those who produce knowledge. We can't just constantly question their motives. We can't say that if you are producing a piece of information that's sort of counter to what we believe, then you must have the wrong motives. We have to trust people. We need leadership at all levels to be about asking questions, asking the right questions. I think Nehru was famously someone who would ask difficult questions to his people, and then they would hunt around and find answers. And I think it's very important that it be about asking questions and not about pronouncing the truth. And we need a culture where being wrong is accepted, but being willfully blind is not. I think we have to allow people, I think part of engaging in knowledge is accepting the possibility of being wrong, but not the possibility of just looking the other way. And I think we need to, if we want to get there, if we want to make India go back to being an intellectual leader, we need to engage with these ideas. And I hope, and on this day, I wish for India that it regains its status as an intellectual leader in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Banerjee, for your insightful remarks. In the time that we have now remaining, if you don't mind, we'll switch over to a little bit of a Q&A and have a conversation using some of the questions that have come in from our audience. Now, for the audience, I see a lot of you popping questions in. I'd like to mention that we've had actually questions come in, not just today, but the last few days. So we've organized them into a few common themes, and we'll use those to have a conversation with Professor Banerjee. So kicking things off, Professor Banerjee, and since you talked about COVID a little bit, and the desirability of fact and science basis in decision making, the intervention to the crisis has varied a lot across countries. Are there any specific examples you would like to call out as being worthy of emulation, things that maybe we should have as part of a longer term conversation?
So I'll give you an example of a country which, I don't know exactly how, a country that nobody ever would mention, I think, normally as a leader. It's a country of Togo. Togo did three things that seem right. One is it didn't, when so many other countries were going into lockdown, it didn't go into lockdown, it waited. It eventually, the capital, there was a lockdown in the capital, but it waited a long time. Second, it announced that everybody will get a cash transfer. And so third, it used a phone-based infrastructure that it had already set up, which we haven't yet managed to get to send the cash transfer. And as a result, there was no panic. They managed to control the process much better. And it's a sort of unsung story because it's a very small African country with, I guess no particular. I mean, I don't think people expected it would be an outlier, but it was. And sometimes I'm always impressed by those kinds of examples. So that's an example of a country which basically, in my view, got it much more right than most countries.
that is truly an unusual example and a good one. Any other example of an economy or a society that you would like to mention?
I think many countries did I think, I think, for example, in many ways, what they did eventually in Dharavi was pretty impressive. They did identify everybody who was infected and take them out. They took them out of Dharavi. The reason why Dharavi managed to control its infection rates was because they managed to take people out and put them into hospitals or in community care or somewhere, so that they didn't spread the disease. In that kind of crowded environment, it would have been very difficult to manage otherwise. And I think they did an impressive job, actually.
Okay, thank you. Taking maybe a step back, right, and then looking at this more structurally. I remember a talk you gave recently, I think it was at the LSE, where you talked about the fact that the crisis has exposed the fragility of our systems, both economic and social. So as an economist, do you think that that data is self-evident, or we also need to look at the world differently? We need to augment our lens to better capture, highlight this fragility, this structural weakness as a way of helping address it.
Well, I already sort of was getting into that, which is that I think one place, for example, our data system has no record of migrants. The way we collect data, both the NSS and the census, essentially ask people who, if you happen to live on a construction site, you don't exist. You are only counted as a citizen by reference to your parents might mention you as someone who is away but is from this household, and that's how you get counted. And if in the NSS, what it does is ask people how many people ate food with you in the last month or something, and there you just don't get counted. So it's very much a way of our entire data system assumes that people live at home. Our welfare system assumes people live at home. You cannot get PDS. The government is now talking about a portable PDS, and that's a great idea. But I don't know why, but it's a fact that we never engage with just how many people are migrants that made it possible to not have to have a domicile-based system. Domicile-based system makes no sense in an economy where, tens of, maybe even 50 million people are migrants at any one point of time. It just makes no sense. We just don't know how many migrants there are. And then because we don't know that, we don't make policy that accommodates them.
Mm-hmm. Fair point. Maybe now switching out of the here and now and looking at the world a little bit more long term and going back to the research, I think that you were famous for. A lot of your studies highlight the fact that small nudges, as you call them, and this word is particularly one we can relate to, that small nudges can have a disproportionate impact, and sometimes far more than a conventional or potentially more research intensive program, right? And I think you give the example of how a kg of dal can impact favorably immunization rates, right? And so as economists or policymakers or NGOs, how should we orient ourselves to thinking and innovating around what I would say are small, meaningful interventions, sort of identifying that nudge as our primary response or our first response as we think about it?
So I'll give you an example. We just did a randomized control trial in West Bengal, where before we did that, we did a survey, and in the survey we asked people, and what the respondents on the phone survey, you know, what are they supposed to do? And most people knew the answers. It was not that they didn't know that they're supposed to wear masks, they're not supposed to go out, they're supposed to wash hands, etc., etc. Most of them knew, like a very, very large majority knew the answer. Then you could ask a different set of people, did you actually do that? And of course, most people were not doing any of those things. Okay, so there were, masks people were kind of wearing, but not washing hands. Maybe sometimes, and not going out. Yeah, none of them were. So it's easy to send messages to people and assume that they will stick. Now, I was persuaded by friends to actually make a video where I sent a message to, as somebody who happens to be now quite well known in West Bengal, I sent a video message to 25 million people. Control group of 3 million people. And then we can measure again. And that has large impact on whether they go out of the village, et cetera, or they, how many times they wash their hands. So even I think it's one obvious thing is, let's not assume anything is obvious. Things are obvious, people know it, but they know it in half their brain, and then they hold it there. They don't actually engage with it. And if you keep kind of the right way of nudging them, then they might actually implement. That's an example, a very recent example on COVID.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, the questions are flooding in, so if you don't mind, I'm going to pop a few more to you. Here's one. Has the nature of poverty changed, in your opinion, since independence?
Absolutely. I mean, it is clear that right now, almost, the people who were really poor at independence mostly don't exist anymore. The people, the children who had no clothes, who would walk around my neighborhood in Kolkata. I grew up in a very, we were perfectly middle class, but we lived in a very low income neighborhood. And the kids most kids in our areas walked around till the age of 6 with no clothes on, with their belly sticking out, their red hair, typical sign of malnutrition. That you don't see. Malnutrition is one of the things which has actually been improving. In the last 10 years, we have seen quite a substantial dent in malnutrition, remarkably enough. So it's a 23% reduction, I think, in stunting. Quite big numbers. So it's one of these things that I feel has changed. The poorest of the poor don't exist anymore, in a sense, thankfully. There are still people who should not have to live the way they live. Certainly, living in Dharavi is extraordinary. A number that really I find hard to believe, but is claimed is a life expectancy of a Dharavi resident is still 43 years. A male Dharavi resident is 43 years. That's a number that is extraordinarily awful, and we should not tolerate it. It shouldn't be true. In any reasonable world, it should not be true. But it's been given that in the rest of India, 67 years. It's where we are, and so I think that things have gotten better, but of course that hasn't solved many problems.
Yeah. If I may now move to the migrant population, because that's been one of the things you spoke of. One of the questions that has come in is, to what extent should the government engage with civil society? For example, how can government and civil society think about and understand the migrant population?
Well, I think that I think we should start by doing a systematic survey of where we track people from when somebody says, my son is in, somebody in Odisha says, my son is in Chennai. It's typically possible. We've done this actually. We can get the phone number, we can track him down, and we need a nationwide tracking system where you know where he's coming from, where he is, track him down. It's very hard to find these people otherwise because they live in unorthodox places, like sleep under a truck or something sometimes. Because so you have to find a way of calling them and then finding them and going and talking to them. But I think this survey at the national scale, we need a kind of order of magnitude sense of how many people there are, how do they live, etc. It's just, I think without that, we can't really engage. We can just make up stories. We really need to have some idea of just how do these people, where do they spend the night, how much, how do they send money home, etc., etc. There's just a bunch of stuff that we don't know.
Thank you. This one is more, if I can call it, from one of our younger viewers, because a lot of the folks who are dialed in, I think, are in their 20s. And then this person asks, how do we motivate the youth in India who are seeking better opportunities?
I feel that in a sense, my worry with is, I'll tell you something that's a fact that's worries me. If you look at the NSS data, when NSS data was available till the last round, when this was true in the 80s, it was true in the 90s, it was 2000, the same fact is true. Which is that if you look at the median, not median, the 25-year-old Indian, lots of them are not in the labor force yet. Lots of them are saying they're taking courses, they're doing something. Now, by the age of 30, that vanishes. All male Indians are employed at 30. And really, 2% is the unemployment rate, I think. But at 25, that number is very different. Mm-hmm. And that, given that our population has a youth bulge, that has large consequences for, GDP, for example, because a bunch of people are not working. Now, why are they not working? Partly, I think it's the fact that they have too conservative aspirations. They want government jobs. We've sort of seen other evidence, I don't have the time to go into it, suggesting that, people are obsessed with government jobs. They sacrifice, I think, many years of their life in the pursuit of government jobs and then don't get them because there are few government jobs, in fact, and then eventually get something and do it. But I think in some ways, this obsession with government jobs, the security of the whatever, the fact that you cannot be fired, etc., etc. This is in a sense is holding back our youth. I think we need to be more adventurous. Think, I think the private sector and starting your own business, all of those are different options. But if we stay obsessed with the government jobs, then we're going to handicap ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I now get to what I'm thinking is possibly the last question we get to ask you. How do we improve implementation of policies, be they related to livelihood, food security, education, or health? How do we improve the implementation at the grassroots level?
I think some of the policies, it's worth being clear that many of the policies have improved. They improved, Narega, when it started, the leakage rates were 50%. You ask somebody, if you match the numbers on how much money was sent versus how much people report in household surveys, the number was 50%. That number quickly went up to 80%. So likewise, PDS clearly has improved over the last 10 years. So, since the NFSA was passed, I think it's improved. So it's not, one should not start with the presumption that it's all bad, because then it's paralyzing. I think we should start with the idea that improvements are possible. They happen. Very large-scale improvements are possible.
Yeah.
That's sort of what I think this is saying. These are the two biggest programs, and both of them have improved enormously. So I think lots of money has got to people where it wasn't getting to people. And so I think first point, let's be positive. It can be done. Second is, I think it would be useful to not have so many schemes. I think we have too many schemes, very hard to have either civil society's attention on 370 schemes or the government's attention on 300. I think basically very few schemes really matter, but a lot of the other ones are sources of leakage. So, in terms of actual welfare, the Indira Awas Yojana is another one that matters. And I think eventually the cash transfers to the farmers, that's another one that matters. But is the new cash transfer to farmers? But it's not that many other schemes that really do anything. It's just they're like a bit like an afterthought, and that afterthought then drags on and wastes resources. So I think if we had fewer schemes and focused on a few schemes but doing them better and better, I think we could get there.
Well, thank you. I have to tell you that the questions are pouring in. There's still about 60 that I haven't gotten to, but we're almost out of time, and I know it's pretty late in the day where you are. So I'd say let's conclude our session, and I'd like to thank you for taking the time. I know you're a busy man, for taking the time to do this and be a part of our event. We greatly appreciate having you here and learning from your work. So thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Professor Banerjee and Manish, for sharing your thoughts on India's fight against poverty, and an inspiring start to the Nudge Forum. Please join us next for a plenary session with Professor Arvind Panagaria, coming up shortly. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the Nudge Forum and the plenary session with Professor Arvind Panagaria, moderated by Kamakshi Rao. Before we start the session, a few housekeeping items and reminders. The session is 45 minutes in duration. The audience will be in listen-only mode. You can put questions in the Q&A box that you see towards the bottom of your screen. If you're not in the Zoom meeting room, but watching on live stream on any streaming service, you will not be able to ask questions from the speakers. Please do download the Attendify app and listen and engage on your phone over the next 23 hours. To get the session started, I would like to introduce Kamakshi Rao. Kamakshi is a partner at the Nudge, where she mentors nonprofit startups. Kamakshi has 2 decades of investment experience. She was at Capital International, where she invested in listed equities in Asia, and has served on the board of Larsen & Toubro Financial Holdings. Since 2013, Kamakshi has been affiliated with Ankur Capital, a venture capital fund that invests in companies for low-income Indians. Kamakshi is an alumna of Harvard and UPenn. Thank you for joining us, Kamakshi. Over to you.
Thank you, Rima, for the introduction, and hello, everyone. It's my honor to welcome Professor Arvind Panagaria to the plenary session of the Nudge Forum. Professor Panagaria is Professor of Indian Political Economy at Columbia University. He was the first Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog and was India's G20 Sherpa from 2015 to 17. He has worked with the ADB, the World Bank, the IMF, and the UNCTAD in various capacities, and has authored more than 15 books, including with Jagdish Bhagwati, India, the Emerging Giant, Why Growth Matters. His latest book, India Unlimited, Reclaiming the Lost Glory, is to be released shortly. He writes a monthly column in the Times of India, and his guest columns have appeared in the Financial Times, the Wall Street Journal, and India Today. In March 2012, the Government of India honored Professor Panagriya with the Padma Bhushan. Welcome, Professor Panagriya. This session will follow the format of a conversation between us, with the opportunity for the audience to also ask questions, as Rima has just explained. As you know, the forum has participation from government, industry, and civil society. And in the course of our conversation, I will do my best to reflect all three perspectives and also to incorporate audience questions as they come in. So thank you for joining us, and look forward to our conversation. At India's independence, Jawaharlal Nehru, speaking about India's tryst with destiny, said the ambition of the greatest man of our generation has been to wipe every tear from every eye. You've written extensively about the history and success of different approaches to poverty reduction in India. Could you share your perspective to start our conversation?
Great. Thanks for having me, Kamakshi. Pleasure to be here. So yeah, you provide a good starting point. As you know, as you have just mentioned, the India's Tryst with Destiny speech by Prime Minister Jawaharlal Nehru. He started off, outlining 73 years ago what precisely. Are we okay? Yeah. So, the speech, just to quote a little bit from it to get us started, he said, that the service of India means the service of the millions who suffer. It means the ending of poverty and ignorance and disease and inequality of opportunity. The ambition of the greatest man of our generation, that was a reference to Mahatma Gandhi, has been to wipe every tear from every eye that may be beyond us. But as long as there are tears and suffering, so long our work will not be over. So, from the very beginning, it was very clear, Prime Minister Nehru was very clear, and that has carried on subsequently with the following leadership, those who succeeded Prime Minister Nehru, that India's biggest challenge was to deal with its abject poverty, widespread poverty. So the objective was correct. Initially, in fact, if one goes back into the history of discussions that took place in the Congress party, even before independence, there was a planning committee in the Congress party back in 1938. They talked about this, and they said, look, we are extremely poor. The country's overall income is so low that the only way to deal with poverty is faster growth. And they felt at that time that, look, we need an increase in income of about sixfold, but that is difficult to achieve in a short period of time. And so they set a target of, something like 300% rise in the incomes. They thought that will be a good start. So it was the objective was right, the removal of poverty, the instrument that they identified was right, which was growth. Unfortunately, the approach that we adopted. Now, Nehru was unfortunately also very influenced by the Soviet model of development. And so we really ended up adopting this very command and control model, which in the end failed to deliver. It really, the growth that was seen as the instrument simply did not happen. So if you take, even the first entire 30-year period from 1950 to 1980, in the first 3 decades, our per capita incomes grew at a measly kind of 1.6% a year. It's a very slow increase. I mean, if you look at per capita income, if it was 100 rupees, let's say, per week in 1950, it came to only 1980 when it came to only 155 or something, we came to 1980. So that's an addition of 50 rupees to an originally very low income, so of 100, say, per capita, per person per week. It's just too slow. So you see hardly any reduction in poverty. Finally, I think in 1991 was the big kind of break. Finally, the thinking changed. We gradually decided to move away from the command and control model, allowed the markets to come in, ended the licensing, I ended the huge restrictions that existed on investment, huge restrictions that existed on imports, trade, everything, so a lot of the liberalization happened during the 1990s and early 2000s. And that, of course, made a huge difference. Just again, to give you an idea how much difference it made, if you take the first 50 years from 1950 to 2000, you added from 100, let's say, if I normalize the income, per capita income to 100 in 1950, you added just another 200 by the time you came to 2000. Between 2000 and 2014, you had already added more than 300 rupees to that per capita income. So big difference. And this is all, after liberalization. And you see during this period, of course, poverty crashing down. And so poverty, at least the abject poverty, as we call it, extreme poverty, that fell quite dramatically during this period. And you see it happening across the board. Sometimes we become suspicious that, maybe the poverty among certain groups has come down, but the disadvantaged groups like the scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, they did not benefit from the decline in poverty. Not true, actually. Across the board, you can look at individually the poverty levels among scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, Muslims, Hindus, Jains, Sikhs. Any way you divide groups in the individual states, every single state, you take 93, 94 to 2011, 12, and you see poverty significantly coming down. So finally, we have done well. It's still extreme poverty. We are not a prosperous nation. Other countries which started much sooner than we did on the right paths to development, like South Korea, Taiwan, later China even started in about late 1970s. They are far, far ahead of us, but we are on the road to prosperity. And then if we really do the right things, I think we can get there in another 2 to 3 decades. We should be about $10 trillion economy or more. And that should really get most of the population prosperous.
Thank you. On the point about getting to a $10 trillion economy over the next few decades, could you specify what specific policies India needs to adopt to accelerate growth so that everyone can become prosperous, and also so that India, in the process of achieving this prosperity, also reaches the UN Sustainable Development Goals?
Good, Kamakshi, good. That's a good natural question to address. Now, very quickly, of course, the reason growth is so important is that it works in 2 ways. First, it empowers people. So whenever this kind of rapid growth happens, your real wages rise. And so it puts income in the hands of the people. So their ability also to access the social services gets better. If you're dirt poor, then you can't take a bus to the school next door or to the hospital next door and so forth. So even to access social services, you need some minimum income. So that's one way, so the individuals get empowered and they can choose to send their children to better schools and so forth. But also growth gives the government much greater power. More revenues come in the hands of the government. And that allows the government to then spend on social causes, on social objectives, education and health being the primary ones. But remember, things like Narega, the Food Security Act and so forth, they simply could not have been implemented on the scale that they are being implemented without the growth that happened after the reforms took root in India. So that is the background why growth is really so important. And now to get to what we need to do, a lot of things we have already done. I think we have done quite a bit, but I think we do need to do a bit more. First and foremost, I think, in our case also, growth is tied to this overall question of transformation and good jobs. So today, for example, jobs by themselves is not a major problem for India. I mean, even if you take this pessimistic figure that floated everywhere 1 to 2 years ago, 6% unemployment rate. As unemployment rates go, that's not such a high rate. And people are doing something. And you can see why, because poverty is still, the income levels are so low that to make their ends meet, everybody has to do something. Our real problem is the low productivity. That the output per worker that we generate is extremely low. And so the employment also, therefore, produces relatively low levels of output, low levels of value added. And those who are employed by others as workers, the wages that they receive are also low. And that really is the crux of the problem, that, how do we get out of this low productivity equilibrium? And there, at least my own diagnosis, and I talk at length about this in my latest book, The India Unlimited, which in the US will be coming under the title New India from Oxford University Press. What I argue there is that, look, a key problem India, one of a really central problem of India is the widespread production activity taking place in really tiny units, very, very small units. Now, what does that mean? Take farming, for example. 70 million of Indian farms, and so that's really 70 million out of almost 250 to 300 million families, are working on farms that are less than half hectare with average size of just 0.23, not even a quarter hectare. You can't produce very much on such a small farm. It is a low productivity activity. And so the workers therefore are employed, but they're underemployed. They're grossly underemployed. Come to industry and services, they are also, again, overwhelmingly people are employed in these micro and small enterprises. Now we, often kind of play up, we celebrate micro and small enterprises, but the productivity in these enterprises is extremely low. And this is particularly so when it turns out that you have very few medium and large firms. Now, we have a few medium and large firms. These are largely concentrated in industries that are highly capital intensive, right? So you got automobile, you got machinery, you got even pharmaceuticals, information technology. These are industries where the large firms and medium-sized firms exist, but these are not big employers. These are capital intensive or skilled labor intensive industries. Big employers are apparel, footwear, furniture kind of industries, a lot of light manufacturers, a lot of low-level services and activities, which you can think of. We all see workers, people in our everyday lives working. And these are all very tiny, small little enterprises. There's a concept in India we call own account enterprises. Own account enterprises are the enterprises which do not employ a single hired worker. They're all self-employed. Now, these own account enterprises account for a very vast part of our employment. So they're self-employed. Or there are these unincorporated enterprises which do employ a few workers, but they're very small. So all in all, when you put together the picture, what turns out is that only about 9 to 10% of our workforce works in firms that have even 20 workers or more. So even if you think of larger enterprises, 20 or more, it's just 10% of the workforce, total workforce. That is where the problem is. So that's where what we need to address. We need a much more open economy. In that particular respect, we have gone back. We had opened up the economy, and this liberalization process went very well till 2007. Then we stopped. And in the last 3 years, we have gone into reverse. We have started, again, this whole idea of import substitution has been revived. I think that's dangerous. That certainly is something we need to return away from. Then a lot of reforms have been done. This government really, corporate profit tax, knocking it down is a very, very important reform. We have had the bankruptcy code, the insolvency and bankruptcy code, extremely important reform got done. DBT, very important reform got done. But still, three very, very big areas of reform almost untouched. You got labor markets, very inflexible. Once you hire a worker on a permanent basis, extremely difficult to, and if you're a larger company, then almost impossible to lay off the workers. That is a problem. And so you see very small enterprise, in apparel, for example, that's a prime example which could provide lots and lots of very good jobs. It has done it for China. It is doing it for Vietnam, doing for Bangladesh, not for us. It's an $800 billion market, export market in apparel. We got 20 billion, less than 20 billion. We ought to be exporting about $200 to $300 billion worth of apparel. But because our companies tend to be small, because the very tough labor laws, firms are not willing to get larger, but also land has become a big constraint. This Land Acquisition Act that the UPA government brought in 2013, very pernicious, makes it very difficult. Large enterprises require large pieces of land. In India, first of all, the land titles are not there. And so many pieces of land are always in dispute. So, anybody who is trying to create a 50-acre, 100-acre piece of land, it's very difficult. There's always small little pieces in between, which nobody knows from whom to buy. So that makes it problematic, and the government acquisition becomes very impossible because the Land Acquisition Act that we put in place in 2013 is very problematic. So you need those. Then our financial sector currently is in deep stress. That will require some work. Because of COVID now, that sector is going to face yet more problem once we begin to come out of COVID, because there will be possibly other bankruptcies, because a lot of firms out there which have had a cash flow problem, and for wrong reasons they may have to become insolvent. And that would, of course, mean more non-performing assets. And there are clearly predictions that, as we get out of the crisis and we come to take stock of what happens in the public sector banks, particularly, these non-performing assets may rise up to, again, 15-16% of their total outstanding loans. So that's a very large number. So that's something government will need to address at the time. But those are the sort of things we need to do. Urbanization, another very important one. We are urbanizing very slowly. We are urbanizing at something like 2 percentage points per decade. Countries do it per year, and we had 2 percentage points per decade, and we are still 30-31% from 2011 census, which is still very low rate of urbanization. We need in the cities low rent rental housing, affordable rental housing, very, very important. That all ties back into urbanization issue, that land prices are so high in India that commercial rental activity is almost impossible. It's unprofitable. So we need to do things, a large number of things to do on land, how to bring the land prices down, but that's another thing we need to do. So that's a set of things, I talk about it in the book, India Unlimited. And there are a set of governance reforms, but they had to go in parallel.
Thank you. So we have quite a few questions from the audience, and I'm going to take a couple of questions to follow on one of the themes that you have just said. So in this process of improving the productivity so that it doesn't happen in these distributed small and micro enterprises, but happens in a way to allow more value add. There are two questions related to that. One is, from the audience, when we're a $10 trillion economy, what do you see as the share of agriculture, manufacturing, and services? And the second, which relates to the point you made about the need for larger scale industrial activity. And the second point related to this, I will take this first and I will take the second question later.
Okay, very quickly. So on agriculture, this is a very, very good question. This is where the part of the crux of the problem is. That we still have about 42% of our workforce. This is the latest PLFS, the Periodic Labor Force Survey for 18-19. And the figure is about 42% of our total workforce is in agriculture. Now, its share in the GDP is only 15%. And when you get to 10 trillion, it's going to fall to 7-8%. Unless these workers come out, they have a very, very low share in the GDP on which they are being paid. So what has not kept pace in India is that, almost every country, as it grows rapidly, because industry and services can grow 8%, manufacturing can easily grow 15% in the countries like China, South Korea, Taiwan has grown 15% for sustained periods of time. Likewise, services, then, services quickly follow the industry because, once manufacturing kicks on, gives you income, people spend it. A lot of non-trade services are all non-traded. Most of them are non-traded. So they have to produce domestically. So they also get kicked up. So they also grow 10-11%. They can. Agriculture, if you take out a total history from 1950 onwards, 3.5%. So you can maybe push it to 4%. But the share, the arithmetic is against agriculture in terms of the share in GDP. It's going to fall. If you grow rapidly, it is going to fall. Well, even if you grow slowly, it'll still fall, but it'll take much longer. That's all, because 10 trillion will take you 40 years rather than 20. So, and so this is where the crux of the problem is. You need the farmers actually to migrate out to industry and services. That really is what needs to happen, and which is why, in the end, good jobs have to be created. You say, why are not enough migrants coming out of agriculture today? In the COVID, we saw all these migrants walking back and so forth, and on the television, anything looks very large numbers. But compared to when you say it in the perspective of the total population, it is not such a large sort of number. Migrant workers are still very small proportion. You need many, many more workers to migrate out of agriculture. That's how we are going to raise they need to access, even today, outside of agriculture, the output per worker in industry and services, even with this low productivity, is about 3 to 4 times of what it is in agriculture. Because you've got 42% of the workforce, but you got only 14-15% of the output share.
So, given the strong presence of civil society organizations on this forum, a number of questions have come in from the audience about this point of migration. One of the questions is sort of the opposite of what you have suggested, which is, can any actions be taken to create livelihood opportunities in villages, given so many of the problems that we saw with migration and reverse migration that were visible to people as a result of COVID. And while this is an audience question, it taps into a larger question that may be relevant for us, which is, there's a tension between treating everyone, especially the vulnerable, in an equitable manner, and at the same time, on the other side, maximizing economic growth. So, what would you suggest for balancing these two objectives, and what is the role that each of the stakeholders in watching this forum, government, industry, and NGOs and civil society, what is the role that each of these stakeholders can take in balancing these objectives of equitable treatment of the vulnerable while at the same time maximizing growth?
Very, very good, Kamakshi. So first of all, certainly agriculture will not solve this problem, because I mentioned 70 million farms, less than a quarter hectare. You can double their income, you can triple their income. It is so low that doubling or tripling doesn't bring you prosperity. So this whole idea that we think, that somehow we can do things which will raise farm incomes. We should do all the reforms in agriculture, and I'm very pleased the government has done some of the fantastic marketing reforms. I've been advocating those for a long time, and very, very pleased that the government did that and all. But still, having said this, the basic point remains that the income of the in agriculture on these 70 million farms, which are less than a quarter hectare on average, and every one of these farms is less than half hectare, you cannot get the farmers, now become the livelihood issue. So how do you create the livelihood? That is what we have been doing for 70 years. That is what we have, answer people who say that create livelihood in rural areas for these people. Answer, why have we not done it in past 70 years? We have been now independent for 73 years. And since 1950, we have been on this development path. I don't see a tension. Actually, tension is coming precisely from stopping the process of transformation from proceeding ahead, from moving forward. I think if we actually take the necessary measures now, because of all the policies we have pursued, what are your flourishing sectors? All your flourishing sectors are either highly capital intensive or they are skilled labor intensive. You got IT, we still want more and more IT, which is fine. I'm sort of, that's all sectors that are doing well should do well. This is a good thing. But your machinery sector, your financial sector, your pharmaceutical sector, any sector you mention which actually has done well, petroleum refining, another very successful sector, but all of these sectors are either highly capital intensive or they are skilled labor intensive. They are not creating jobs for the people down there in farming and in rural areas and so forth. You need industrialization to become broader based. You need the labor intensive industries. Apparel, footwear, furniture, vast number of these light manufacturers that China continues to still, actually in spite of its wages that are 4 times our wages, continues to do all the daily use items, whether it's kitchenware or things like umbrella, and everyday things that we use. Why are we not exporting these in very large volumes? That is ultimately, if you do that, you grow far more rapidly. Government gets revenues. You got the then the government has the revenues to spend on creating livelihood and what have you in the rural areas. But if you don't have this, you don't have the revenues. How many people are paying taxes? A very tiny fraction is paying taxes because only a tiny fraction have that kind of income. So, after 50, why did it take 50 years to start Narega? I'm not a fan of Narega. I would do cash transfers if it was up to me, because Narega takes away the people's labor and doesn't do enough with it. So productivity of the Narega labor is very low, in my view. Some good use was done by Prime Minister Modi, there's absolutely no doubt. They started doing the wells and for Swachh Bharat and so forth. So I think productivity of this did improve dramatically. But I would just give the money to the people and leave the labor with them. Then they can use their labor to earn some more extra income in other employments. So that is what I would do. But anyway, because some growth happened finally, this is why we were able to do Narega. This is why we were able to do the Food Security Act. This is why we were able to finance the PM Kisan. Now, 75,000 crore rupees gets transferred under PM Kisan every year. But this is still small. This is still too low. You need more. You need more. And more is going to come from precisely the kinds of policies that I'm talking about. Once you get more, you can do things for the livelihood also. But without it, you not, if you think this, if you want to balance this tension and therefore not do the necessary reforms, then we'll continue to grow at 5-6-7%. We'll get there, but we'll take 40 years.
So thank you so much. So on this topic of, we need to do more right now in order to get the revenues, in order to be able to do more for the people. there's a saying that you shouldn't let any crisis go to waste. And with the COVID crisis right now, there is a lot of talk of companies diversifying their supply chains out of China and into other countries. What opportunity does this provide to India, and what should India do to, grab opportunities on a long-term basis that are presented by COVID?
It's a very good question again, Kamakshi. And absolutely, I think, we are very well placed currently. Who has the kind of labor pool that China does, right? I mean, if you're leaving China in a natural way, which is the country that ought to succeed, it should be India. But a lot of multinationals were already leaving China. I mean, the US-China kind of trade war plus then COVID adding on to it accelerated that process. But the process was already underway of the companies wanting to move out of China because the wages had risen quite dramatically in China. And so in many of the labor-intensive activities, China has become not unprofitable. So these activities will continue to move out of China. But we need to do things domestically. I mean, it's really, one of the things that I have argued is to, create about half dozen, what I call these autonomous employment zones. This is very much, reproduce Shenzhen. Shenzhen in China, the history is that, around 1980, this was a group of fishing villages with about 300,000 people as the population. And then China kind of opened it up to investors from Hong Kong, from Taiwan, even from South Korea, anywhere from wherever they would come in. Very flexible labor markets, very flexible land markets. And Shenzhen, of course, has local authority. Local administration can write its own land laws, they can write their own labor laws. So a lot of autonomy they got. And that, in effect, brought huge amounts of investment. Today, the per capita income in Shenzhen is something like $25,000 plus, and the population is about 12 to 13 million. It is an astonishing kind of transformation. And Shenzhen is an example, but there are other cities on the coast of China which have undergone similar transformation. This is the model we ought to copy. Create half dozen or so of these autonomous zones. 2 or 3 of those ought to be near the coast, so that they really can also bring goods, components, and process them quickly, and then quickly export them back out. A lot of value added domestically in our market. Employ our workers, and this is where the multinationals could easily then could come in also, because if you give them autonomy, institute good labor, because nationally, I think this is a real challenge for the government to reform the land laws, labor laws, and so forth, but within certain zones. But the zones can't be like these special economic zones we created previously. These are tiny little things, which became land grabs. That's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about take areas of 300 to 500 square kilometers. Some of it is maybe already built up. There may be some activity already going on. That is fine. Just declare it as the autonomous employment zone, and then give it lots and lots of authority locally to respond to the needs of the businesses, and let these multinationals come in there, locate there. The big advantage of the multinationals is they bring their own capital, they bring their own management, they bring their own technology. They, above all, most important, they bring the market links. They are operating in the global economy. They know where the world markets are. They know who are the buyers of their products abroad. They use our workers. And that is where you get to create lots of good jobs for the people. So the whole transformation that I talked about, that's one way to kickstart. So, but there's a huge opportunity for us to grab.
Thank you. You mentioned one of the, some of the what you need to grab this opportunity. But on the other side, from the employee's perspective, one of the questions that has come in from the audience is, what is your perspective on the future of work? What are the skills the workforce needs to be equipped with, not just to benefit themselves, but also to effectively contribute to economic growth as you see it. To this audience question, I would add a supplement with a question of my own, which is for people who don't expect to receive higher education, but to expect to receive only secondary level education, what do you see as necessary in our education system to allow this increase in productivity, allow the people to grab this opportunity as you see these large companies getting built through the policies you've outlined?
Yeah, so both, it's the same question, more or less. So look, a couple of very good things in the national education, the new education policy, provided we, properly implement these, and that is always in sort of issue in India. But vocational, now the new education policy says that they're going to incorporate vocational training, vocational education as a part of the regular curriculum. I've been arguing for this for a long time. Taiwan actually followed that model. That's very, very important. We should do it as fast as we can. Even people who are not necessarily going to be doing the services jobs of the kind that vocational training will train you into, would love to get some, how to do a little plumbing, how to do a little bit of car repair. Even, I would have loved to know that in my college days or school days. So that's one very, very important thing. We need to really do that. For the rest of it, what skills and so forth, my personal view always has been that, look, you should let the industry do the skilling. When we say that on a massive scale, we are going to skill you and so forth, some skills you can do, driving, for example, it's a skill commonly required. So, there's a large demand for it and so forth. But beyond that, you cannot skill them in the way that enterprise will want you. And moreover, you don't know which skill will be in demand. If we really could figure that out, Planning Commission would have succeeded. But we had the Planning Commission trying to figure these things out for 50 years. Which sectors will do well, which sectors will not do well. And they even tried to decide which sector should do well, not only will, but should do well. But in the end, it was an utter failure. So it is have good policies. It is the entrepreneurs who will decide what activities they want to undertake. The only reason I'm mentioning certain types of industries, labor-intensive industries, is because that is based on the experience of every country that has succeeded, that initially labor-intensive industries have to do well. And if in India, in spite of this massive workforce, labor-intensive industry is not doing well, there is something wrong with the policies. So those policies need to be fixed. But often, I tell you, apparel, I've talked to our largest exporter. This is Mr. Harish Ahuja, who runs the largest export firm, Shahi Exports, from India. And he says, look, give me a person with proper fifth grade education. We can skill the person within about 6 weeks. And within 6 weeks, the person comes to full productivity. So for most part, allow the enterprises, because then they know exactly what kind of skills, how they should skill and which skills. Some the government can do, but by and large, I think give them basic vocational education through both school as well as college. So even the kids who are doing only up to 10th grade and so forth, while they do this, and this can be done side by side in a regular school, so that you don't also stigmatize. I think India has a lot of this stigma in India about vocational, ITI, nobody wants to go to ITI, but put them into regular, even, we are living in 21st century and almost 2 decades have passed, and still you see these advertisements coming in, that people want BA, Bachelor of Arts, but they don't want somebody having graduated from ITI or something, in the marriage market. I'm saying, there's still the prevalent view. Unfortunately, that stigma continues. So do it in a regular education, give them occasional and so forth. So there will be no stigma to attach to it either. And they will get their basic skills so that they are ready to then learn what specifically they will need to do in the specific industry in which they eventually get employed. So that's how I would approach it.
Thank you. So we now have a problem because we have only 5 minutes left. And it's clear that if we had another 50 minutes left, we still wouldn't get through all of the points that Professor Panagriya would like to make. So what I would suggest is there are 2 or 3 questions from the audience that I can pose to you, and perhaps you could choose which one you would like to answer, okay, Professor Panagriya, since there might be time left for only one question. One question is, how do we ensure food security if we move away from agriculture? And the other option that you might want to address is has to do with quality of life. And given that you cannot measure it purely in terms of poverty, what are the other measures? And perhaps to make it more precise, I could add, given that we are in COVID times, what changes could you suggest to improve healthcare delivery to the vulnerable in India? So if you would like to address both in 2 or 3 minutes or just one, I leave the choice up to you.
Okay, I think both can be addressed. Food security is a straightforward matter. 40% of the workforce does not have to produce food that the country needs. America only 3 or 4%, probably maybe even 2%. But it's certainly below 5% of the workforce that produces food for entire America, and they can export an awful lot as well. So they're also producing quite a bit for the rest of the world. Food production can easily be maintained, actually. In fact, marginal decline in workforce has happened in agriculture, but very largely because a lot of the women have withdrawn out of the workforce. But output has continued to grow. So I'm not worried a bit, actually. That can easily be done. Larger farms will actually also become more capital intensive, and they will produce. So that's not a big problem. On the quality of life, of course, environment is a big issue. And our cities need to be cleaned up. I mean, if you look at the list of most polluted cities, out of the top 10, India has about 8 of them. I mean, even a city like Gaya, where you would not expect, Gaya is in the top 10 among the most polluted cities. So pollution then also feeds into health and all sorts of things. So absolutely, you got to address the issue. But, I mean, I personally like to think more, not so much, I don't come from the climate change angle here. I think we can contribute to climate change, but we ought to focus on cleaning up the environment in our cities, because that's where the kids are getting sick, and it begins from the childhood and all. So that's a very, very important part that we need to address. It's been a very tough one. I mean, I was in Delhi for 3 years at the Niti Aayog and all. It's a big challenge, but we got to address it. I think there's no shortcut to it. Health, of course, then there are other issues, and COVID you mentioned. Public health, I think, very, very important. We have cut out public health. We spend much more resources on medicine. But look, individuals can spend, and they do in India anyway. Most of the medical expenditures is done by the individuals, by the families. Public expenditure on health is very limited, 1.2, 1.3% of GDP. On education, we are doing it. I mean, in fact, this proposal in the new education policy to raise it from 4 to 6%. I would rather use that extra 2 percentage point and spend on public health. I think, that is where you really need badly. States have neglected, so very simple thing. I mean, there was a time when public health and medical used to be 2 separate entities, and public health had its own cadre, own budget, but we merged them. I think, early 50s or late 40s, by mid 60s, we had merged the two. And medical side gobbled up completely the public health side. So you have this, rain comes in, standing water everywhere in the city, mosquitoes come in, and you have the spread of dengue and all. COVID is the new thing, but in India we continuously have these infections during the rainy season and all that needs to be addressed, and public health needs to be particularly separately addressed, and probably need to create a separate public health cadre in the states. That's for the states to do.
Thank you. So, and that's the right note to end this on, because that's not just the need of the hour, but we've learned about the need of the decade as well from Dr. Panagriya over the past 45 minutes. So thank you so very much, sir, for joining us and sharing your thoughts. On behalf of Nudge and everyone else, my sincere pleasure to thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me, Kamakshi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Panagriya and Kamakshi, for a very rich discussion on India's development journey. Please join us next for a panel discussion on social investment for systems change, led by Tim Hanstead. Coming up now. Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Hi, thank you. Oh, thank you, Rima. And welcome to our audience around the world, and especially in India. Happy Independence Day. A big thank you to the Nudge Foundation for organizing this unique and exciting all-day event. There I am. Okay, I'm Tim Hanstead. I'll be your moderator for the session. I serve as the CEO of the Chandler Foundation, which is the philanthropy of Richard Chandler, a New Zealand-born and Singapore-based investor, businessman, and philanthropist. The Chandler Foundation champions system change efforts and invests in organizations that are partnering with government to improve the enabling conditions for inclusive prosperity. Previously, I served as a co-founder and a longtime CEO of Landesa, a global organization that partnered with governments, including in India, to develop land rights systems that are robust and inclusive. And in that capacity, I had the honor and privilege of living and working in India for more than 5 years. I am honored to be with this esteemed group of panelists, experts today. And our goal is to have an honest, unfiltered, and hopefully insightful discussion on the role of systems change and multi-stakeholder partnerships in accelerating India's development. Our session is going to run about an hour, and at a high level, it will include audience polls to gather some quick insights. It'll involve questions and discussions with the panelists. We are going to field questions from the audience, so please submit those. Those of you who are on Zoom, you can submit them and we will address them at the end of the session. And we're going to conclude with a final word of advice from each panelist. So by the close of the session, I'm hopeful we'll have learned more, we'll have broadened our perspectives, and we'll leave inspired to build or deepen partnerships that might accelerate development in India. Before I make the introductions of the panelists, I want to turn to the topic and definition of systems change. At least for our purposes today, I think we may have a couple of slides if the organizers could put those up. We're going to look at, I want to share two different but broadly consistent definitions of systems change. The first one is a definition from Co-Impact. Co-Impact's a global donor collaborative that promotes a systems change approach. And their definition includes both a description of the approach and the outcome. The approach involves realigning the underlying policies, relationships, functions, incentives, and motivations to a higher outcome-focused equilibrium. And then the outcome from the systems change approach is such that millions of women, men, and children, and in particular, historically disadvantaged constituencies, experience meaningful and sustained improvements in their lives. There's a second definition that I like that approaches it from a different direction. That is from the London funders. And they focus on the distinction between the root causes of social problems and the symptoms. and they portray systems change as focusing primarily on root causes of societal problems rather than only on the symptoms. So with that brief kind of discussion of how we're going to define systems change for today, let's jump into the introduction to the panel. We are so fortunate to have a panel that has rich and diverse experience across many sectors, including government, including business, NGOs, social entrepreneurs, donors. And I'm thrilled to have the privilege to introduce them. First, Nisha Desai Biswal. Nisha is the president of the U.S.-India Business Council at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Nisha's past experience includes working with international NGOs and long service in both the legislative and executive branches of the U.S. government, including in the U.S. State Department as Assistant Secretary of State for South and Central Asian Affairs. Thank you, Nisha, for being with us today. Next, we have Rakesh Rajani. Rakesh is Vice President of Programs at Co-Impact. He's a citizen of Tanzania. He brings 30 years of experience in human rights, education, governance, philanthropy. That experience includes being a founding member of the Open Government Partnership and a leadership role at the Ford Foundation. Rakesh also currently serves on the boards of Hewlett Foundation, International Budget Partnership, and Innovations in Poverty Action. Welcome, Rakesh. Next, Cheryl Dorsey. Cheryl is the president of Echoing Green, a global organization that is seeding and unleashing next generation talent to solve the world's biggest problems. Cheryl is a pioneer in the global social entrepreneurship movement. She's also a medical doctor. She has significant government experience, having served 2 US presidents in roles that include as a White House fellow and a special assistant to the US Secretary of Labor. So thanks, Cheryl, for being with us. And last but not least, we have Iqbal Dhaliwal. Iqbal is a global executive director of the Abdul Latif Jameel Poverty Action Lab at MIT, otherwise known as JPAL. Iqbal and JPAL have played a leading role in promoting the use of rigorous evidence in social policy making across the world, including in India. His JPAL colleagues, Abhijit Banerjee, who gave the keynote in the previous session, and Esther Duflo were awarded last year's Nobel Prize in Economics. Iqbal started his career in India, first in the education sector as a teacher and a school leader, and then for 6 years in the Indian Administrative Service. So it is a great group, and I'm honored to be with them today. And now that you know something about our panelists, audience, we would like to know something about you. So for those of you participating on Zoom, we are asking that you answer this poll question. If we could have the poll question up, please. Our discussion today relates to multi-stakeholder partnerships. So with what sector do you currently most identify? Please take a few seconds to answer and submit your response. And I think people have had enough time, so if the organizers could please, so we could all look at the results together. There we go. So about half of us from social purpose organizations, business 20%, donors 8%, government 5%, 17% others. Thanks. That's helpful, and I'm sure will give the panelists better understanding of who's out there. Let's jump into the questions. I'm going to direct questions to individual panelists, but I do invite other panelists to jump in and comment on the responses by your fellow panelists. So maybe we can turn this into more of a discussion and less of just questions and answers. But I want to start with Rakesh. Rakesh, our topic today relates to accelerating India's development through systems change. And I want to go back to this topic and definition of systems change because not everyone is necessarily familiar with it. You lead programs at a donor collaborative for systems change. Tell us, what is systems change? How is it different from other kinds of change? And can you help us in maybe providing a few illustrative examples?
Sure. Thank you, Tim. Great question. Hello, everyone. So I think most public systems like education or health or social protection face three big problems. And these problems persist, and there's a lot of inertia around them. First is they take up a lot of money, but they do a really poor job of producing outcomes. So take education, and I'll focus on education to give my examples. Millions of children in many countries, almost every country, go to school every day. They go to school for 7+ years of their life, but they don't learn. The ASRA survey in India, for example, and the similar UESO survey in East Africa has shown that half the children after 2, 3, 4 years of schooling still cannot read basic sentences or do basic arithmetic. So that's one problem. Lots of money, but we don't get the outcomes we seek. Second is that while policymakers, decision makers try to improve systems, they often do what feels right, what's intuitive, rather than what the evidence shows is effective. So we often invest billions of rupees and dollars and shillings to supply things like heavy textbooks or laptops when they don't work and are known not to work. Evidence simply does not inform policy and budget choices, leaving us all worse off. And the third big problem is that while systems are meant to benefit everyone, the fact is that deeply entrenched discrimination stops that from happening. So whether it is girls or Dalits or people from the lowest income quartile or the wrong ethnicity or the wrong race as people define it, it leaves them out. Access and opportunity works for some, but not for everyone. And this is usually about power. And the people who need the most public services often have the least power to do something about it. So then what is systems change, right? It's many things, but it's especially about three things. First, it's being clear about the outcomes, being outcomes focused, being clear that it is about children being able to read and count, or patients getting healed or avoiding illness in the first place, rather than the number of desks or the number of large fancy hospitals. It sounds so obvious, but you'll be surprised as to how many projects focus on inputs and processes rather than the outcomes. Second is about figuring out which key parts of the system need to shift and what it will take to make them shift. This involves the kind of formal things that we all know about, such as policies, regulations, and guidelines. But in my view, even more importantly, it is about the informal things that really drive practice, such as incentives, motivations, human motivations, social norms that will either fuel or hold back change. In making these choices, we want to make sure we pay close attention to the evidence and data about what is helpful, what works, not only at the beginning of the initiative, but in an ongoing way. So you try something out and you look for feedback, you look for data that tells you, is it working or not, and make changes as you go along. And then finally, I think any systems change has to pay very, very close attention consciously about power. Unless we put those who have been historically disadvantaged at the heart of the program design, and across every level, I mean problem analysis, the design, the execution, the measurement, the leadership and governance, what will happen is that systems will reproduce and reinforce exclusion and prejudice. Let me stop here.
Great, thanks, Rakesh. That is so helpful, and I'm sure that I'm not sure if Iqbal encouraged you to talk that much about evidence, looking at the evidence, but when we'll get to that later, I'm sure. But those three things that you focused on are really helpful. Clear about outcomes, what parts of the systems need to shift, and paying attention to power and shifting power. Nisha, look, can I turn to you? So we're talking about systems change, but specifically about accelerating India's development through systems change. And you lead the US-India Business Council, which has the goal of making business between the US and India easier, more efficient, more profitable. How does that how does business, and particularly business between India and the US, help in accelerating development in India, and how does it relate to systems change?
Well, thanks, Tim, and it's great to be part of this incredible conversation that's happening today as we head into India's Independence Day. We've seen over the last several decades how private capital and the private sector are playing a ever increasing and important role in the economic development of the world. I mean, if you look at the data from, say, 1990s, early 1990s, you saw that ODA in the Indo-Pacific was around 40 to 43 billion. And today it has grown to almost double that. But if you look at the private flows and the growth in the private flows into the Indo-Pacific, those have gone from perhaps around 90 billion to closer to 800 billion. And so the disparity between the public, the ODA, the donor flows, and the private flows kind of shows you the outsized influence that private investment plays. Now, how do you make sure that that private investment flows in ways that actually advances development outcomes? There's some inherent and important development outcomes that come from, the expansion of trade, the economic investment that creates jobs. And I think some 90% of the jobs in developing countries are private sector-led jobs. But we've also seen that, and what I work with my companies, my member companies on, is that for private investment to flow in, it needs to have an enabling environment. And that enabling environment is not just about kind of the regulatory ease with which investment comes in. It's also about a skilled workforce. It's also about a healthy workforce. It's also about having the critical infrastructure that can support those trade flows. And those are all development outcomes where the public sector and the private sector have a common interest in trying to ensure that you're able to create that kind of a durable and transformative development impact. And that's really what we try to focus on, is if we want to, for example, in the case of India, really grow US-India trade from the current 142 billion in two-way trade and investment to, what both countries have put forward as the goal of 500 billion, then that's going to take a real significant investment in India's economic development. And that's where the two can really partner and have a greater effect.
Great, thank you, Nisha. It is interesting to note, I guess, that over in recent years, while the time that I think you said ODA has doubled, private flows have grown almost 10 times. 90% of jobs are from the private sector. The importance of the enabling environment. We're going to come back to that in a minute, but I want to turn to Cheryl first. Cheryl, Echoing Green is in the business of discovering emerging social entrepreneurs around the world and investing in their growth, the growth of their ideas and their leadership. And I've heard you say that Echoing Green fellows are social entrepreneurs who tackle systems, not symptoms. Can you provide some examples of those fellows in India who have used an approach that tackles systems and not symptoms, and what can we learn from them?
Sure. Tim, thank you for moderating the session. I'm so honored to be part of this august panel, and I'm looking forward to a important conversation with the group as well as with the audience. I also am really privileged to be here as India is celebrating its Independence Day. For those of us who have long been engaged in the fight for justice here in the United States, I'm remembering an important historic moment when Dr. Martin Luther King flew with his wife, Coretta Scott King, to Mumbai, where he spent a month traveling the country because it was so important for him to see firsthand how the people of India fought for their independence because it was so essential to strategizing for our fight for justice here in the United States. So really pleased to be a part of this conversation. So the work of social entrepreneurs is a really important part of this conversation. And just for some grounding in talking about social entrepreneurs and social innovation, from our perspective, we really think about it as an important process for developing and deploying effective solutions to challenging and often, as you said, systemic social and environmental issues in support of social progress. I'm going to answer that question from two perspectives, Tim, from a funder perspective, but then from a ground up action-oriented perspective. What we see from social entrepreneurs who are really focused on dismantling structural inequities that provide opportunity for too few. There are a couple of ways that they think about the work that they do. And at the heart of it is very much this tension of grappling between the need to scale interventions, but often doing it in the context of scarcity. So the bumping up of these two factors that are very tricky and require social entrepreneurs to thread the needle as they drive towards impact and success. And time and again, especially with some of the most extraordinary social entrepreneurs in the world working on the ground in India, by studying some of those that have managed to scale and drive impact, there are 5 factors that we see over and over again, and I'll quickly tick through them. One is something called the denominator mindset, right? The need is so large, and the question is, how do you stay focused on the size of the need while remaining flexible on how you confront it? And what we find time and time again are social entrepreneurs that got a bias for action. They are serial innovators. They've got a high reach strategy. Secondly, which I find so profoundly beautiful, is this idea of a dignity mindset. Even though so many of these social entrepreneurs are focused on serving many, they elevate the humanity at all times of each participant. And it is this prioritization of individual dignity that is so key. This has nothing to do with do-goodism. It's all about a community-centered approach. There's also something called the radical frugality mindset. So how do you do your work reducing costs while stretching impact? A lot of that has to do with innovating internal systems and processes, allowing you to optimize around your operational expenses. At the same time, you see time and time again, these really great social entrepreneurs are very good at utilizing existing infrastructure as a way to rein in capital expenditures. The last two I'll go quickly through, this notion of the innovative hiring mindset. How do we find hidden talent from unexpected sources? Social entrepreneurs know better than most that talent is equally distributed, but opportunity is not. So how do you find great people to fill certain types of jobs? Quite often, they're right there in your customer base. So some of the best social entrepreneurs have been phenomenal at finding people who are far too often overlooked. And last but not least, which I think is an important part of this conversation, is the power of collaboration and having a collaborative mindset. And I think here, some of the best social entrepreneurs at work in the country have recognized that it's critical to have government as a partner, right? Not as an adversary, and recognizing that government can be a vital ally and a powerful level that allows these social entrepreneurs to extend their reach. You know, we see this playing out throughout our fellows community, many of whom are working in India, including terrific social entrepreneurs like Aditya Natraj, the founder of Kaibala Education Foundation. I think this is a wonderful example of how India social entrepreneurs are changing systems at scale while keeping the folks that they serve very much at the center of the work.
Thanks, Cheryl. Those 5 factors are great. So if I got them right, denominator mindset, dignity mindset, radical frugality mindset, innovative hiring mindset, and collaborative mindset.
Yes, and I will say this research was done by Bridgespan Group. Full disclosure, I serve on the board of Bridgespan, and they smartly recognized that some of the smartest social entrepreneurs in the world were at work in India. And I thought they did a good job of tracking 20 social entrepreneurs have really cracked the code on this. I will drop the link to the article into the chat function, and I hope people will enjoy it. I'll do that right now.
Thanks, Cheryl. Iqbal, let's turn to you. Rakesh earlier talked about the importance of evidence in informing policymaking. Cheryl just mentioned dignity mindset. I know that's also a focus. Having recently read Abhijit Nestor's book, Good Economics. But I want to have you talk a bit about government. Because you lead JPAL Global Center working to reduce poverty by ensuring that policies informed by scientific evidence. And most of us recognize that government policy plays this outsized role in determining the direction and the pace of socioeconomic change. How does JPAL work with government to help accelerate development? Can you give us some examples from India?
Great. Thanks, Tim, for this great session. And I must say, I'm not just delighted, but very jealous to see you in that great Nehru jacket. And happy Independence Day to all of us. So I think when JPAL started, the work with the government, it was a lot about thinking about individual projects. One of those that Rakesh mentioned was teaching at the right level. Another one was deworming. And so for us, change meant scaling up programs based on evidence. But very quickly we realized that I think the bigger goal here is to focus on system level change, and that also involves a change in the mindset. How do we move from making decisions based on instincts or ideology or inertia to making decisions based on evidence? And that has been kind of our focus of a lot more of our work. We now we have about 50 plus ongoing projects in India, including in Gujarat, Haryana, Punjab. But let me focus on the southern Indian state of Tamil Nadu, where we've been working for more than 5 years now. And so there are like 5 or 6 elements that I would like to highlight. First is the importance of a two-way dialogue between any organization. And by the way, Tim, a lot of the things that I'm going to talk to you or going to list out seem so obvious on hindsight, but I cannot tell you how many times it is so easy to actually miss on these things. So some of these might sound very obvious, but in practice, it's kind of really hard to make them happen perfectly. So the first is research policy dialogues. I think it was very important for us to bring the global knowledge of some of our affiliates like Abhijit Banerjee, who understand what are the levers which work or not, and marry that to the local contextual information that governments have. And I think if you don't do that in a very collaborative and in very deliberate way, then the imbalance on either side has repercussions. The second thing was, I think, to see a long-term commitment of the government, and that commitment came first and foremost by creating the Tamil Nadu Innovation Fund. And this was like an earmarked pot of money that the government said would be used to fund innovative ideas that come from anybody. It didn't have to come from JPAL researchers. Anybody in the state government could send an idea to this innovation fund and say, I want to test this new idea, or this is the problem I have. Can you help me find innovative solutions? The third thing was a willingness on both sides to test new programs and to question the basic paradigms of what works and what doesn't work. And so some of the really fun things that I will tell you is, for instance, the impact of sleep deprivation on the poor. And I still remember, somebody jokingly said, so now JPAL and government of Tamil Nadu are going to help the poor sleep better. And I said, exactly, you got it. There is so much scientific literature which shows that sleep deprivation has the same impact as being driving under impairment, as not having enough IQ. And yet it was a neglected field, and hats off to the government. And I think this is systems level, when the government is willing to change its thinking and to test things like that. We similarly have projects of math games. How do you pick early childhood development, young kids 2 years old? How do you get their innate ability of math to help out? The third big thing is capacity building. And so a really concerted effort to build the local capacity to do evaluations, to inculcate evidence in the decision making. And then I think the fourth thing I would say is, a great model that we've seen is that the government actually changed the rules and said above a certain threshold of new investment, the department which proposes this investment must provide evidence as to what is the backing for this. So I think this is kind of what I would describe as the symptoms that system level change has taken root when the government is willing to do that. And then I think the last thing I would say is that it also means doing things which is not exactly in your comfort zone. So for instance, as you know from Abhijit and others' work, JPAL works a lot on impact evaluations. But for long-term partnerships, you have to do things which go a little out of your comfort zone. So for instance, we are tracking this long-term panel on aging, which basically is tracking a lot of the elderly population of Tamil Nadu. And that was so instrumental in the government finding, for instance, that a lot of the elderly people in the villages are living alone. So everybody knew the size of the population, but they all thought that they were living with their families because that's the traditional Indian system. And our data was able to show that actually a lot of the elderly live alone. And that has repercussions for mental health. And the government was able to change their programming around that, and especially in times of COVID. So that's how, a quick flavor of how we work with governments in India.
Thanks, Iqbal. I love that you used Tamil Nadu. I believe that's where your career in government was, in Tamil Nadu. It also happens to be where my life partner proudly grew up, and now where the vice presidential candidate on the Democratic ticket now is also mother, I guess, is from Tamil Nadu.
Yes. Thank you.
We're going to move to another poll question to engage the audience. And again, I know that not all of the audience is on the Zoom platform, but for those of you who are on the Zoom platform, we've got a question for you. So if our organizers could put the question up, please. The question has to do with looking at the effects versus the root causes. And do we have the question yet? I'll read it for you, and hopefully it'll appear on screen soon. So in addressing India's social problems, one can address the effects of the problem or the root causes of the problem. What is the appropriate allocation of effort between addressing effects and addressing root causes? And then there's multiple choices, if we can get that up there, as to much more effort on effects than root causes, somewhat more effort on effects than root causes. Are we going to be able to get the poll question up? Maybe not. Okay, well, maybe while we're waiting for that, let's, oh, here we go. Here we go. So audience on Zoom, including our panelists who have an opportunity to answer this question and submit, just take a few seconds. Okay, hopefully you've all answered. Can we show the results, please? Wow, okay. So much more effort on root causes than effects is number one, closely followed by somewhat more effort on root causes than effects. And those who voted for more effort on effects and causes is 6% and roughly equal 17%. Very interesting. Okay, it sounds like we have an audience that is that leans towards systems change efforts. Back to the panelists, Nisha, I want to go back to you. you spoke earlier about the important role that business and the private sector play in development and accelerating development. Yet today, much of the world is kind of reacting to what is real or perceived increases in inequality and maybe the non-inclusive aspects of development. What needs to happen in the system to ensure that business sector not only drives growth but drives shared prosperity, particularly with the most marginalized?
Tim, that's a really timely and insightful question. And I think it's one that boardrooms across the United States and around the world are grappling with. I think we're seeing the instability that those inequalities and inequities have led to. And we're also grappling with the different kinds of sustainability. In the past, I think businesses have been chiefly concerned with economic sustainability. And by that, I mean their own economic sustainability. And I think increasingly, companies are starting to focus on kind of the triple bottom line, as Paul Pullman, of Unilever kind of described it, of social sustainability and environmental sustainability. And so you're seeing more and more companies recognize that if the benefits and the impact of their businesses are not being felt in a positive way in the communities in which they operate, in which they sell or source or manufacture, then their long-term viability is under threat. And that, I think, is starting to drive a movement in the corporate world that is moving beyond CSR, where you undertake philanthropic projects or community development projects to enhance your reputation, perhaps, to actually folding it into their overall operating principles. And I'm not saying that we're there yet by any means, but I think that this is the progression that we're starting to see. And this is the awakening that we're starting to see. And frankly, it's what brought me into the job that I'm at after spending most of my career working in economic development and in diplomacy, was that desire to see how we can draw better partnerships with the private sector in ways that create durable and sustainable solutions for the vast majority of the people and a shared prosperity agenda, as you noted.
Thanks. Well, yeah, it's such an important issue, and we could spend the rest of the panel talking about that. But I want to go back to Rakesh. You talked about systems change earlier in your comments and about some of the factors and the important aspects about systems change. What are some of the funding practices that Co-Impact has adopted that are systems change friendly? Because I mean, my perception, and I don't know if you share it, is that many, at least private donors, are not giving money in a way that's, I would say, systems change friendly. How does Co-Impact do it?
Great. Let me highlight three things, Tim, because this is really, really important. First, I think we got to remember that the drivers of the change are the people and organizations on the ground, not the funder. It's the social entrepreneurs, the civil servants, the researchers, the reform-minded politicians who make the change happen. So our job as funders is to identify who these are, to help them clarify and sharpen their systems change vision and strategy, and then to put wind behind their sails. In short, we are to be in service of their action and reflection rather than them to kind of be, subcontractors of our vision. That's the first point. And sadly, too many funders spend a lot of time thinking what should happen and then look for people to implement their vision rather than support the vision of the actual actors on the ground. Second is in the terms of the form of the funding. The world is full of very short-term, very restricted funding, which might be fine for small, problems that are very specific. But for systems change that takes time, that is messy and complex, funding needs to be big enough, long enough, and flexible enough. That doesn't mean there's no accountability. It is, you can focus on outcomes and be very clear that is what you're trying to achieve. But one needs to be very flexible and curious about how you get there. And a common mistake I think funders make is think they get accountability by micromanaging. I think the third, and perhaps the most important, is to support a learning mindset. So what does that mean? It means, for example, not asking somebody you support, what do you do better than anybody else? But rather asking, what do you grapple with? What is the biggest challenge you face and how are you dealing with it? Or not asking the organization each year when they report, or every 6 months when they tell us about your great successes and tell us what you're doing well. Yes, it's good to ask that. But also ask what isn't working, what didn't work, and why, and what did you learn from it? It's supporting that organization to kind of institutionalize curiosity, to build in the policies, the practices, and the culture of curiosity that uses feedback, that uses data to understand what's working, what isn't, how they can adapt and make change happen. Tim, if you will, I want to kind of just highlight maybe 3 other things that I think are really important in the mindset that funders bring. First is, because donors like control, they like to, we all go for projects that avoid the messiness of dealing with systems change, with the politics and governance of systems change, because we can control. And the idea is, let's make this clean project outside the system. We'll build it, we'll show it, and somehow magically the government will adopt it. It never works like that. The second problem I think we also have as funders is, and also implementers, is we often conflate scaling up with working at scale. Scaling up is you do something a little bit well, and then you somehow linearly keep growing it. If you look closely at the math, it never works like that. So it's very much, not about scaling up, but how do you work at scale by figuring out those system levers that will help you get there. And then final point I would make is, I think many funders have a technocratic obsession. We want to know the model. We want to know exactly the causal chains. We will want to know exactly how A leads to B leads to C, and it should all be clean, and there's a log frame. And the thing is, while technical rigor is really important, and we believe in it, I believe in it, I believe that most of the time, the problems we have are political and institutional in nature. They're about power and how it works, soft power, hard power. And what we need to do is to support our partners, to engage with power, with political coalitions, with winning coalitions, and invite those messy conversations, because that's what is key to success.
It's so good, Rakesh. Earlier we learned that about half of our audience, at least on Zoom, is from social purpose organizations. And I could almost hear them cheering at your critique of typical donor practices. So we have just over 15 minutes left, and we've gotten, so we wanted to get to some audience questions too. So I've fielded some of the questions from the audience, and I want to direct them to folks. So Cheryl, I'm gonna start with you. That we have a question that says, how can civil society move political will to improve public systems? I'm going to direct it to you, Cheryl, but I also invite others to jump in.
I mean, that is a big, important question. I will reveal my bias in this moment, which is why I'm engaged on the social innovation side of the ledger. When you look across the 20th century, methodologies for social change, community organizing, advocacy, rights-based movements have been extraordinarily effective at bringing more and more marginalized groups into full citizenship, extraordinarily effective. But I've increasingly become convinced that these tools are absolutely necessary, but no longer sufficient, given the growing complexity and existential nature of many of our greatest societal challenges, as well as the increasing tribalism that we see across the globe, sort of populist energy, which has made it difficult for many positive strategies for social change to take root. There's been some interesting research coming out of University of North Dakota and Yale that has looked at sort of what are the 4 elements required for political will. And I won't go through them. We don't have time. Needless to say, in the US in particular, but I think this is true in many countries around the world, most, if not all of these elements are stalled at the moment, which makes it very, very difficult for political will to drive anything. So I think number one, we have to look for alternative avenues for change, which is why I think innovative social change leaders, social entrepreneurs are a good outlet for driving disruptive methodologies for change. Coalitions of social entrepreneurs like the one we're a part of, Tim, Catalyst 2030, building collective power to drive new types of change, incredibly important. But also never forgetting that occasionally there are windows of opportunity that do create moments of political will. And I will again use the United States at a moment where we are going through our own moment of racial reckoning, where the murder of George Floyd made visible for the first time for many citizens what structural racism looks like. It made it tangible. And the combination of that event created a window for political will that's multi-generational, multiracial, that we have not seen in a long time. So recognizing that sometimes opportunism is a wonderful way, and sometimes the only way, to drive change through moments of political will like that.
Such a great articulation. We've got another question from the audience, and I'm going to direct this one to Iqbal. The question is, what are the qualitative frameworks for measuring social impact of policies?
Oh, thanks, Tim. So I think, like in anytime you want to look at the impact of a policy, I think there are, you need to do, I would say, a mix of qualitative and quantitative. And both of them can provide information, which is very, very useful. So even at JPAL, where we do a lot of work on the quantitative side, which is collecting information on impacts through objective criteria, like let's say learning outcomes for school children, or change in the height of children, or the micronutrient levels in health outcomes, we still look a lot at qualitative factors. And I would classify some of them as pre and some of them as kind of the post things. And most of this is very much through interviews with the various stakeholders. So for instance, if again, going back to Rakesh's example of teaching at the right level, I think the most fundamental question is to first go and figure out who are the various stakeholders, what do they think are the barriers to learning, why do they think those barriers exist, and then try and find an answer to the problem. And then likewise, once you have done an impact evaluation, I think this is what I call untangling the black box. Why did a particular evaluation have an impact in the way that it had? You need a lot more information to make that happen. And I would say interviews with stakeholders is one of the best ways to make that happen. I also want to say, I don't know where this fits in. Some people call it quantitative talk about monitoring as quantitative, some would talk it as qualitative, but just asking simple yes/no questions about, did the program even reach you, I think is extremely important. Again, as I said, there are so many things that I say which sound like so obvious, but so many organizations trip on this fact. And let me just give you a quick example in the COVID era of this type of question. So the government of Indonesia wanted to have a sense of, as you know, Indonesia is spread across literally hundreds of islands, very remote. They wanted to get a sense of are the awareness messages around COVID reaching people or not? Do they understand what are some of the implications of COVID? Do they understand the importance of hand washing and social distancing? And so we basically created a very quick survey, which went through WhatsApp to to facilitators in each of these villages. And based on that, we created a map And that map is basically telling the policymakers, based on these interviews with people, as to what is their awareness about COVID and which are the places where the government can direct its energy and effort to. So I think bottom line is it has to be a mixture of both.
Thanks. And untangling the black box, I love that. I'm going to use that if that's all right. We had another question. I'm going to revise it a bit, but I think it's a pertinent question, particularly given that half of our at least Zoom audience is from social purpose organizations. Question is, should, and I'm not going to direct it to a specific person, so allow you to jump in. Should NGOs think like businesses to achieve sustainability and scale? Anybody want to jump in on that one?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take a crack at this because I've worked in an NGO, I'm working with businesses, and I've worked as a donor. And I think the challenge here is not for NGOs to be more like businesses or for businesses to be like NGOs, but actually to develop the kind of partnerships that can elevate, I think, what each brings to the table. For example, I don't necessarily think that Walmart or Coca-Cola are going to necessarily be in the best place to implement a development program, but they bring a lot of systemic access that is important to the NGO. I mean, they can shift entire supply chains, right? So if Walmart starts saying, hey, we really need to push elevating women and women-owned businesses in the supply chain, that can have a profound impact. And yet, in terms of how do you actually get to that outcome, that is something where there is incredible insight and knowledge and expertise and capacity in the NGO sector that can be leveraged. And so I think it's how do you craft alliances and partnerships that bring in some of the best practices and look at how you can access more fundamental impact in your programs. And I think that also holds true for kind of leveraging the private sector and the public sector. And I'm just going to use one example in this from my USAID days. Which was in Vietnam when Intel put in a chip factory in Vietnam and then found that there were not the kind of skilled workforce that they needed to actually run the factory and populate it. So they came to USAID and said, we really need to work on something to elevate and upgrade the engineering education in Vietnam, and we want to help build that kind of a program. And over a number of years, it wasn't just Intel, but Siemens and maybe 12 different companies that partnered with University of Arizona and with AID to actually transform the engineering education curriculum and faculty training across Vietnam to really build the skilled workforce. So I think that there's a way to leverage the best that each has to bring to the table here.
Great, and we've got other questions, but I'm afraid because of the limitations of time, we won't be able to get to them. I really liked your answer, Nisha, and I'd also recommend for those in the audience who aren't familiar with Jim Collins' Good to Great for the Social Sector. I think it's a really good answer to that question. It's a short read, but unfortunately our time is gone by fast and is coming to a close. And I wanted to give each of the panelists an opportunity to leave our audience with one kind of parting thought concerning what is needed to further India's development through multi-stakeholder kind of systems change, multi-stakeholder partnerships and systems change. So 60 seconds each. I know that's very little time, but Let's start with Nisha, since you're on. We'll start with you, then Rakesh, then Cheryl, then Iqbal.
Sure. Look, I think we are at this very important moment in the world. As you look at the COVID pandemic and the incredible disruption that it has wreaked across the world. No country, no region has been spared from that. And so how we then rebuild and build back better is going to be important, and that's going to require a partnership. So as we think about the role of each, it's important, I think, to understand that you know, from the company perspective, that they need to think beyond their shareholders and to really think about the broader stakeholders that they have to engage and answer to. For the nonprofit sector and for, you know, kind of the grassroots sector that are looking for change, I think it's about building alliances and partnerships that bring people to the table and not necessarily just about finding the flaws and the faults, right? I think that there's a unique moment that we have today to be able to you know, perhaps build these bridges in a way that are going to be more inclusive in terms of the impact.
Thank you, Nisha. Rakesh?
Thank you. So I'll build on Nisha's point around building bridges. I've spent, you know, I'm of Indian origin, but not from India. I've spent a lot of time in India, though, and it strikes me as to how the country is in so many ways different countries, right? Even in any one city there, it's really 3-4 different countries because of the disparate differences. So what I would say is that I think it's really crucial for people to spend time. I imagine people in this webinar perhaps come from the better off part of society, and how can we spend time actually on the ground or getting involved, whether it is with governments, whether it is with social change organizations, and particularly in listening to people who have been excluded, whose voices have not been heard. Some of the most profound insights that I have learned from India and from many other countries is by taking the time to listen to people who normally don't get to speak at meetings like this one that we are having, don't get invited to conferences, don't get quoted in newspapers and television. So just listening, engaging, building those bridges, I think gives both kind of practical insights, but also moral clarity about what matters. And finally, I think it's especially important to listen across our differences. People who are from a different religion than us, from a different social class than us, a different sex background than us, to really learn and listen across the difference will make us all richer.
So well said, Rakesh. Cheryl, we've got just 2 minutes left, so we're going to have to.
I'll zip through. Thank you for including me. I learned a lot and enjoyed this conversation. I'll just sort of pull back for a moment. You know, the preeminent scholar, Frank Snowden, who writes a lot about epidemics in society, has talked about the role of pandemics and what they mean. And he first says that they simply amplify existing structural inequities. So they shine a light on what we too often forget, but deep in our heart, we all know. And secondly, they represent transformational moments for society. And it's our moment to either turn away or seize them. I do think this is a fundamental moment to raise our hand to say, how are we going to lean into this moment and make it something positive and transformational and expand opportunity for all in an equitable and sustainable way. And I think sort of multi-stakeholder collaborations and deep thinking in this moment allow us to show up in a really profound way that could set us on a completely new trajectory as we get to the other side of this.
Wonderful, so relevant and optimistic. Iqbal, take us home.
Yeah, thanks, Tim, and thanks for everybody for a great session. So I think my main point is that I think this pandemic, just sticking to that theme, has shown us that nature reigns supreme. I think nobody knew 6 months ago what COVID stood for, but yet this little virus has like upended our lives, ground economies to halt, and I would say negated the impact of everybody who's on this session Any development organization, every government, every NGO has literally been set back by 5-10 years, whether it's on education, whether it's on health or something. And I think this, if nothing else, tells us the importance of building coalitions, as Rakesh and Nisha and Cheryl talked about earlier. It tells us the importance of thinking big, because this is not the end of it. Because if you just go back to January, if anybody had asked you what's the big next existential danger of our lifetime, it was going to be the intersection of climate change and poverty. And so, in 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, we are going to find a vaccine, and this COVID is going to be behind us. The lockdowns will end. But the big existential challenges of inequality, poverty, and climate change are on us. And if we want to fight those, we need the system level change and the coalitions to fight it. None of us can do it alone.
Perfect. Well, thank you all. Thank you for the panelists, thank you for the audience. We'll be posting a link to the session on the Nudge Foundations and on the Chandler Foundation website. So grateful for all of you who participated today, and to the audience around the world. Happy Independence Day. Stay safe. Make it a good day. Thank you.
Thanks all. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Tim, and the panelists for your engagement on a foundational topic, investing for system change. Please join us next for a keynote session with Asha Jadeja Motwani, who will share her social investing journey, coming up shortly. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the Nudge Forum and a keynote plus fireside chat with Asha Jadeja Motwani, moderated by Catherine Cheney. Before we start the session, a few housekeeping items. The session is 30 minutes in duration. The audience will be in listen-only mode. You can put questions in the Q&A box that you see towards the bottom of your screen. If you are not in the Zoom meeting room, but watching on a streaming service, you will not be able to ask questions of the panelists. On your phone, please join us on Attendify. To get the session started, I would like to introduce Catherine Cheney. Catherine is a senior reporter for DevEx, the media platform for the global development community, where she focuses on the West Coast of the US and the role of technology and philanthropy in global health, foreign aid, and humanitarian responses. She also works with the Solution Journalism Network, a nonprofit that trains journalists to cover responses to problems. Thank you for joining us, Catherine. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Honored to be moderating this conversation, and especially following that conversation around systems change as a lens through which to view and pursue philanthropy. So we're really excited to hear from Asha Jadeja Motwani, as you just heard. I'll briefly introduce her, and then she's going to share a little bit about her investing journey. And from there, we'll move into Q&A. So any questions, keep them coming. I certainly have questions I'm excited to ask, and we'll get to those as she concludes her remarks. Asha is a Silicon Valley-based venture capitalist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist. She's invested in over 100 startups, including high-profile companies you all know well, like Google and PayPal. And in India, her priorities have included supporting a range of sectors such as online education, women's leadership and entrepreneurship, and policy change for economic and human development. So some of the major areas we're hearing about today and tomorrow. And today she'll be speaking with us about her investing journey. I thought it was interesting that in preparing for this talk, initially the thought was she would talk about her giving journey, and she really emphasized it's really investment, whether it's philanthropy or venture capital, it's investment. So I look forward to hearing about her views on that. Again, we'll hear from Asha over the next 10 minutes or so. Please keep questions coming, and we'll bring in your questions at the end. So Asha, over to you.
Thank you, Catherine. So happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me to the Nudge, and really excited to be here because I know that some of the thoughts that I'm about to share with you will reach a wide audience. And this is something that I think will, is I think one step at a time, but each drop in the bucket matters. And so I would like to start out by saying quickly that my main sort of bread and butter, my main work actually is in venture capital. I've been investing for about 20 years as a venture capitalist in Silicon Valley, in startups which are internet companies, or they're based on theoretical computer science kind of work. And that's my main bread and butter. And I'm a huge proponent of the fact that when somebody makes an investment of their time or money into any activity, that it is really empowering for the entrepreneur to have a sense of responsibility of saying, look, they have to also give back to the VC. And I'm a strong believer in the venture capital model. I just don't believe in things like grants where you make a huge grant and you step away. Now, for certain things, I have done that for certain hospitals. I've done that recently for Sanjeevani Hospital, where I invested in about 100 surgeries for 100 children coming from around the world for the children who are born with the congenital heart disease. There, yes, it's okay to write a check and walk away, because you're specifically targeting something where you're working on somebody's life-saving project. But in general, when I do philanthropic work in India, it is always through a venture capital lens of saying, how are you going to be making your own project sustainable? How are you going to be making money? Profit is a sacred word. It is very important that in places like India, where everybody talks about philanthropy without as devoid of profit, I strongly disagree with that view. I actually feel that profit and sustainability is crucial for as a lens or as a paradigm for even in philanthropic investing. And the reason I call it investing is because I do look at my ROI. It's not just in terms of people giving any returns to me personally for my investments, but definitely working on saying, what is it that they're going to be contributing to the ecosystem? How does that ROI pan out? I require all my recipients to give us a very strong sense of return on investment. And I've noticed that it's a very empowering move when you give your entrepreneurs that sense of responsibility of giving you an ROI when you invest in them. So how did I start my journey? What triggered my journey into India, into philanthropy? Because even in India, my initial journey was only as a venture capitalist, not as a philanthropist. And the word philanthropy used to scare me, because I used to think maybe it is something where, people write these huge grants and then they are not really involved after that. But that's not the case. What I discovered is that even in India, when you couch your philanthropy as an investment, the entrepreneurs there are much more engaged with you in leveraging your resources. So for example, all the philanthropic investments that I've made in India, my entrepreneurs get back to me and they want to make sure they're leveraging my resources from Silicon Valley, which is way more powerful than that check that has been returned for their own projects. And I noticed that they, make sure that they leverage not just the network, but also various, venture capital investments of mine. So they leverage my portfolio companies to partner with them to expand their own footprint, whether it's in India or whether it's in the surrounding regions. Now, the key question that started out my own philanthropic journey in India was, how is it or why is it that Indians do fantastically well, Indian entrepreneurs do fantastically well the minute they leave India? So why is it that they are so stifled in India? Why is it that they are not able to create a large footprint in India? And what is that? Why is that so? And that was the question that actually got me seriously involved in the Indian ecosystem of understanding what are the policy or the bureaucratic barriers to growth in India. And this is what actually was my driving force behind my Indian philanthropy, which is I need to get to the bottom of this and figure out what's going on so to understand why is it that Indian entrepreneurship does not blossom as well as it does in the US? What are the obstacles? And then I discovered that the Indian entrepreneurship, the quality of Indian entrepreneurs is as good as anywhere else in the world, whether it's social entrepreneurs or whether it is technology for profit entrepreneurs. The quality is the same. So what is stopping them to have a large footprint? And I discovered that it is largely, especially in IT, I'm not familiar with other sectors. In IT, it has to do with the complexity of regulations and policies, or what one calls bureaucratic red tape, which has been there in the Indian system ever since the British left. And a lot of that has not been addressed or reformed in the ways that it should be. Thankfully, two things have rebooted the Indian thinking, the Indian mindset on what needs to be changed so that the Indian rocket ship can lift off. And what are those obstacles that need to be cut? What are those barriers that need to be removed? And there are two major sort of, I would say, two unprecedented moments in history that are conspiring currently jointly at this point. One is the pandemic. Like the rest of the world, the pandemic has thrown the whole Indian system and the Indian infrastructure into a sense of high awareness, into a sense of emergency, which is great because everybody's bypassing, just like in the US, everybody's bypassing old systems of regulations and thinking and peer reviews. And yes, there is still a lot of focus on quality of work that is coming out, as good as sort of peer-reviewed work that's coming out in terms of research. But what this has done is it's rebooted Indian thinking into saying, how do we quickly fast-track our velocity of change? The second thing that seems to have really energized the Indian social impact sector is the invasion, is the Chinese invasion. Whatever we call it in the West, it is an invasion by China into Indian territory. And this is the first time that the Indian population to the last mile is familiar, is now has smartphones, they're connected to the internet, there is last mile internet service. And people are aware of the fact that India has been invaded, 25 of its soldiers are killed, and that there is an incursion at the border and we don't know what to do about it. Because we are now suddenly dealing with an extremely powerful neighbor that we have never dealt with before. And what I'm noticing in my own journey in India is that I have never seen this before. I have never seen people at village level being this aware of the fact that something needs to change in India radically. And what I'm noticing is that, so these two factors, the pandemic and the Chinese incursion in India, are the two factors that have come together for the first time. Just give me 1 second so that I can, there is some noise in the back here.
Sure.
So sorry, I have a gardener with a blower at the back. Can you stop him right? So,
no problem. You'll do pretty well. It's faint background.
This is better than a cat walking across my screen. So anyway, so I think what is fascinating right now is that these two factors have jump-started the Indian awareness on the fact that things need to happen at a ground level. Problem solving needs to happen at a ground level. Now, I'm happy to report that luckily for us, we started this journey 8 years ago. And we started it first with the Maker Fest. So what we did was we basically literally, worked on deploying the learnings that we had from the Maker Fair in California, which is our partner, to bring that into the Indian, even to small towns and villages to say, if you are a maker, if you are an inventor, or you want to problem solve for your community, you wake up in the morning and you figure out who are the two people that you can impact. There is no need to incorporate a company. There is no need to, don't think of a business plan. Just do what you can. If you are an inventor or an entrepreneur, do what you can for your immediate community. And I must say that the Maker Fest that we kicked off in India has blown our socks off without doing too much heavy lifting or moderating or mediating ourselves. It has become a groundswell. It's become a social movement. So one thing that I want to share with other fellow philanthropists in India is that show your work as a pilot. If you show your work as a pilot, people who can see the benefit of these pilot projects will take it and replicate it at various levels. We now see Indian maker festivals happening all over the country without any support from us. There are some that we feel, if they're gaining critical mass, we feel like we can put in a little bit of capital in them and accelerate them even further. But it is a beautiful thing that's going on, which is that people by themselves are picking up these nuggets of learning and they're creating their own maker festivals without any support from us. Second thing that I noticed is that if you have a good pilot, what you see is that even the government actually tries to replicate that, tries to replicate your effort. So what I noticed is that once we launched our MakerFest in 2013, the government of India launched something called Make in India. This is great because suddenly huge amounts of taxpayer money that sits with the central government is now being pumped into something called Make in India, which is an effort to get local entrepreneurs to create solutions for their local communities. And this is something that has worked fantastic. Second thing I noticed is, again, this was in 2014, what I did was I worked with something called Center for Bits and Atoms in Massachusetts Institute of Technology at MIT. And I worked with Neil Gershenfeld and his field, Professor Gershenfeld's field, team. And we installed our first fab lab, first public fab lab in Ahmedabad at the CEPT University. And again, what just really blew our socks off is that people from all walks of life in Ahmedabad would walk into our fab lab and would actually use that set of tools that we had provided to create their own solutions, whether it is a prosthetic arm or whether it is, whether it is solar lights or whether it is, simply just beautiful objects that they could sell online. People started using our fab lab for their own purposes. Now, what was beautiful is that the state of Kerala, the government of Kerala, immediately took notice of this, and I would call it our pilot, and said, hey, maybe we can set up our own fab labs. And what's amazing is that they set up 12. So we just set up one. Government of Kerala sets up 12 that year. And now they have, I think, total of 22 or something in the state of Kerala. So again, what is beautiful about this whole effort is that, especially for philanthropy coming from the US, is use your dollars, but also use your knowledge of what is working beautifully in your own community here in the US, replicate it in certain zones in India. And the rest is it takes on a momentum of its own. So I love this idea of us from the US who are doing philanthropy in India to showcase these pilot projects beautifully, and then teaching people the ropes of taking this and replicating it. On our own website on makerfest.com, you will notice that we have a particular tab there which says, create your own MakerFest. So give people the tools to create things that they should replicate. So again, that's another example. And the final example I'll give you, we have many more. Please take a look at our website, motwanijadejafoundation.com. But the one final example I'll give you is I actually set up something called a School in the Cloud along with Professor Shugata Mitra from University of Newcastle in UK. We set up a pilot in an all-girls school in Ahmedabad, School in the Cloud. All it does, it gives girls an opportunity to work together in peer groups and learn pure simple concepts of math and English. And the results from that are so phenomenal that, Professor Mitra, for example.
Asha, suddenly I'm unable to hear you. I think you might be muted.
Okay.
There you go.
So Professor Mitra actually got a TED Prize for this, for the School in the Cloud. And I just want to give you a final example of how that pilot that we created in Ahmedabad, we replicated it in a terrorist-infested zone in Pakistan, in Waziristan actually. And I stumbled upon a young couple that wanted to do this. Over phone, we spoke about this. I gave them the material. They went to certain schools which were actually religious schools in a strong terror zone in Pakistan, and they created the first school in the cloud in that zone where children between the ages of 2 and I would say maybe 10 could work together in peer groups for learning. They set up a little system for themselves and they worked with the clergy. So what I'm saying is that once we saw that experiment working, this couple then needed just a little bit of seed investment from me. But by now they have over 52 schools in the cloud in extremely unstable terror zones in Pakistan. And what's fascinating for me is having conversations with the clergy on phone and saying, look, what do you think? How do you think this is going? This is not in any way opposed to any of the religious philosophies you might have. This is just empowering your own children to be more of global citizens. So once again, that was a pilot of School in the Cloud that seems to have replicated itself. People are seeing value and people are running with it. So I am a strong proponent of the believer that, and a believer that one must, as a philanthropist, create pilots, because we cannot boil the ocean. Create pilots that others can replicate, and you can quickly accelerate your own efforts for a relatively less amount of cost and headaches also. So do you think I should stop now, Catherine? Do you have any questions?
Let's pause if you don't mind. I do have some questions, and we have some questions coming in as well. Thank you for that. And there are a few things you mentioned I want to pick up on, including when you talk about philanthropists running pilots and then sharing those learnings, sort of what networks have been most useful to you in sharing those learnings. But I actually want to start with a question related to what you brought up about the role of government. So I love what you mentioned earlier when you said this question, the key question for you is, why is it that Indian entrepreneurs do fantastically well the minute they leave India? And since the start of your investing journey, there have been a lot of changes. Yes, there's a lot of bureaucratic red tape, but government has actually tried to foster entrepreneurship. The Indian government, as well as a lot of what we cover at DevEx, the role of global development actors. So USAID has really pushed global entrepreneurship and ecosystems for entrepreneurship and hosted the Global Entrepreneurship Summit in India. In preparing for this interview, I read that you're actually somewhat skeptical of the role government can and should play in promoting ecosystems for entrepreneurship. So can you speak to, since the start of your investment journey, what value have you seen from the Indian government or international development actors in actually improving those ecosystems for entrepreneurship in India? Or honestly, have they just gotten in the way in some senses?
They have got in the way, and I'll tell you how. I think it's not planned that way. Of course, I think everybody means well. What's happening is that there are legacy systems in place. So the failure is in understanding the cost and the benefit. So what's happening is you have an existing set of spending that's going into certain government infrastructure. Now, what happens is suddenly something like the Prime Minister would come. Prime Minister, who, by the way, I think is a huge fan of all things startups. The Prime Minister came to the US, he spent a lot of time in Silicon Valley, and he went back to India, this is the best thing we can do, let's support the startup ecosystem. I think where the Prime Minister made a mistake, which a lot of us concur in the Valley, is that he handed over that project then to bureaucrats, who of course had never done a startup before. How would they know what to do? So instead of allocating budget to people who know what to do in creating a startup ecosystem, the budget was handed over to the government. And so then you have these bodies like Startup India, Invest India, there's something called Niti Aayog. I mean, these are all guys who mean well, they're smart people, but they have never done a startup before. They sometimes send a few, let's say, policy makers to Silicon Valley. They'll send a bunch of 30 people to Silicon Valley. They're flying, God knows, coach class or business class. I'm not sure, but they come to the Valley on this whole idea that we have come here to understand the Valley. In 1 week trip, they cannot. So the path of really enabling entrepreneurship at a ground level in India cannot be in the hands of the government. Government needs to go away completely from that journey, and instead it must leverage local Indian entrepreneurs who have succeeded. They want to help. A lot of these people, that's how Silicon Valley was created, Catherine, as you know. The Valley was created by people who succeeded before, who learned, who failed, learned, and finally succeeded. And it is those successful entrepreneurs who then created the DNA of the Valley. It's that, so in India, it's that set of people who need to be leveraged. We cannot leverage government officers who have no idea what's a startup. We cannot have them. So I am really, my own journey right now, my challenge and my excitement right now is in requesting the government to pull back from the startup world completely. They should not be in the mix at all, and they should not be soaking up Indian taxpayer money on that journey. That money should be going to building a people infrastructure that can really support, entrepreneurship, even social impact entrepreneurship.
Mm-hmm. Well, you mentioned the Indian diaspora, and I wanted to make sure to ask you about that. So I'd love to know what networks have been useful to you as a philanthropist. I mean, when we talk about people who were successful in Silicon Valley, many of them now are, members of the Indian diaspora with, means to give back to India, whether philanthropically or through investment. So how are you tapping into that network, and how can that Indian diaspora network be better leveraged to promote these ecosystems for entrepreneurship?
So Catherine, we are already a very unified group because of TIE. TIE was an organization, a fantastic organization that was started by a generation of entrepreneurs that came before us, who were actually my mentors. So you have people like Suhas Patil and Prabhu Goel and Vinod Khosla and Kanwal Rekhi, Suhas, various people who started TIE as an organization for giving back. These were Indian entrepreneurs who were in the forefront of technology breakthroughs, created mega systems like Sun Microsystems and so on. And these are the folks who created TIE in the beginning. It's called the Indus Entrepreneurs. It's an organization which is now has membership of literally thousands, hundreds of thousands of people across the globe. But the Valley chapter is the strongest. It's the oldest. It's the founding chapter. And as a result of, because of TIE, we are all already fairly well connected, and we are on a regular, we interact very regularly. So I'm absolutely leveraging the diaspora for everything. And, we speak constantly, we talk about the fact, and that's why we are all so familiar with the barriers of growth in India. And we have been fighting this battle for 20 years. So a lot of what you see right now, for example, the telecommunications revolution that happened in India happened because of a gentleman who went back from Chicago. Sam Pitroda went back from Chicago to India. And at that time, he spoke to the then Prime Minister and said, look, give me the freedom to leapfrog India from the old communication systems that we own, phone lines that we had, to mobile phone systems. And we are talking 1990s. And he leapfrogged the country. One man with an idea to how to leapfrog was finally given an infrastructure by the then Prime Minister, and actually created a revolution in India. Similarly, I wish that there were more such opportunities for people who've been there, done that, to do this. And I wish, sadly, that we did not threaten the Indian bureaucracy. Those of us from the diaspora, when we go back to India with ideas, we threaten the Indian bureaucracy. They don't like us. And I can understand, because they are sitting on inordinate amount of power and purse strings, and they don't want to give that up, of course. But it's leaving the country poor and impoverished, and it's a sad thing. I hope that we can convince the bureaucracy to not be involved in the tech sector or in the startup world at all. It should be in the hands of people who've done it before. The diaspora is very unified, Catherine. Diaspora is very unified.
Yeah, that's good to hear. And I think now the challenge is, helping the government see the value of that and tap into that network more effectively. There's a question that's come in from the audience. We only have a couple seconds left, but there's a question about impact investing and the role of impact investing. So we've talked venture capital, philanthropy, your views on both. Can you speak to impact investing as a way of investing in India and measuring outcomes?
I think the best way to do that, if you really want to go seriously into impact investing, is partner with somebody. So for example, two or three things that I support pretty heavily are Pratham, which is for education, Akshay Patra, which is for meals for children, and the third is Foundation for Excellence, which is based in Silicon Valley, but it works on children coming from extremely poor backgrounds, some of the smartest kids, and giving them a chance to go to college. So these three things I piggyback on. So I would say for impact investing, piggyback on something on the ground that's already got great momentum. They are doing fantastic, they have results, and they have an existing organizational structure that delivers all the metrics so that they can raise funds from everywhere. These entities are already working with various foundations, Rockefeller, Gates Foundation. Then there are many other foreign foundations that they work with. So I personally believe that family foundations like ours must partner with some other foundations or with entities that have escape velocity in India.
Great. We're almost out of time here. It's gone by really quickly, but I just wanted to make sure to give you the last word. I gave you a heads up, Asha, that I love to end with some kind of call to action. And I've noticed this agenda seems quite action oriented. So what would you like to leave the audience with in terms of a final thought or an action you hope they take when we step away from Zoom?
I want them to come to Motwani Jadeja Foundation take a look at some of the projects we are doing and pick one that you like. And I would strongly recommend taking a Maker Fest. Create a Maker Fest in your own community. If you're a young person who's looking to do something fun and interesting, which is highly impactful and can create livelihoods, please come to Motwani Jadeja Foundation or Maker Fest website and join us.
Wonderful. Well, with that, we will close on time. It was a pleasure to speak with you and connect with the rest of you virtually. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a ton.
Thank you, Asha and Catherine, for a very interesting conversation. Please join us next as we continue the conversation on philanthropy, innovation, and social entrepreneurship with Desh Deshpande, coming up shortly. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the Nudge Foundation and a keynote with Desh Deshpande, moderated by Amit Varshney. Quickly, before we start this session, the session is 30 minutes in duration. The audience will be in listen-only mode, but you can put questions in the Q&A box. If you're not in the Zoom meeting, but watching on a streaming service, you will not be able to ask questions. To join and engage on your phone, please download the Attendify app and join us there. To get the session started, I would like to introduce Amit Varshney. Amit leads the Nudge Foundation's US strategy, fundraising, and partnerships to help build a global base of supporters. And he also oversees the Nudge Foundation's outreach and communications team. Thank you for joining us, Amit. Over to you.
Thank you, Rima. It's my privilege and honor to welcome you, Desh, to the Nudge Forum. We've had an amazing conversation so far. We've talked about the challenges in India and also the great work that's being done and being done in the future. So I think it's just so apt that we're talking to you because you're such an inspirational figure. To others, to let me just refresh your memory. Desh is an Indian-American entrepreneur and philanthropist who co-founded Sycamore Networks, Cascade Communications, and now the Deshpande Center for Technological Innovation at MIT. He's a life member of MIT Corporation and holds a BTech from IIT Madras, an ME from the University of New Brunswick in Canada, and PhD from Queen's University in Canada. Desh co-chaired the National Council to support President Obama's innovation and entrepreneurship strategy from 2010 to 2015. Welcome, Desh. So like I was saying, the conversation has been about making change. We had conversations about systems change. We had conversations about, philanthropy. And the way to make systems change, some of the topics we talk about were, there's infrastructural and ecosystem level changes that need to happen. And, you've done so much in that area. So I would just want to start maybe at the top and ask about your personal journey, where it has been, right from in the 1990s with innovation and how as a tech entrepreneur to now a social entrepreneur, focused on enabling innovation in the US and in India, and then just how you've seen that journey happen.
Well, thank you, Amit. First of all, happy Independence Day. I very fondly remember celebrating the Independence Day, singing "Sare Jahan Se Acha Hindustan Hamara," and it's amazing, as we have heard from so many people, how far the country has come since 1947. We have heard from policymakers, people who are global thinkers, who can look at the whole picture and tell us how we come up with better policies. Asha talked about how do we invest in a way so that we can have an impact. Maybe I can talk a little bit more about what can each person do, what can each one of us do to bring a change to that the life. And my journey is, I was an entrepreneur, built a bunch of companies, but for the last 15, 20 years or so, I've been more and more into the foundation. And now I would say I'm more or less a foundation junkie and spend most of my time on the social sector. And and we started this big program in India about 15 years ago. Initially, we started off as a grant making agency. So we made grants to about 183. The idea was to sort of be like a venture capitalist and help these organizations grow. And out of the 180 or so, maybe about 5-10 of them really scaled quite a bit, like Akshay Patra, Agastya, and so on. And then the others did okay, but some of them couldn't really get very large. And part of the reason we found is that in the nonprofit sector, most of the people have enough cash flow for maybe a couple of months. So they're constantly struggling to meet the payroll. And so when they come up with version 1.0, they have to keep pitching 1.0 really so hard to raise the money that they really can't go from there anywhere. Whereas, in business, you would die if you don't go from 1.0 to 2.0 to 3.0. And so you need a balance sheet, a good balance sheet to actually be impactful even in the nonprofit sector. And so we thought maybe it's an opportunity for us to change that practice. And so we switched over to being an implementing agency about 4 years ago. So now we have a 300,000 square foot campus, a 100,000 square foot incubator, about 700 people on the payroll. So it's a fairly large infrastructure. Now, maybe I can talk a little bit about what's different about being an entrepreneur versus being a social entrepreneur. And there's so many people, people like yourself, who've been an entrepreneur in Silicon Valley, and now they're saying, hey, I want to do a lot more. So a good framework is to, the world has about 7 billion people, and there's about 2 billion people who have disposable income, and about 5 billion people don't have disposable income. An entrepreneur is always motivated by making a change in the difference of people, right? So you look at the world and say it's A, it doesn't have to be A, it can be B. But the way you bring about the change in the people who have disposable income is very different than the way you can do it for the people who don't have disposable income. If people have disposable income, they're Googling for solutions, right? And therefore, when you want to make a difference in their lives, you have to come up with a solution that's innovative. That's something the world has not seen before, either a new technology, a new business process. There has to be something new in there. And that's what creates all these Silicon Valley startups and the businesses, GDP, GNP, everything else. And that's what really has made a lot of progress in the last 50 years in terms of how to take ideas, nurture them, and bring them forward. When you go to the other 5 billion people, particularly if you go more and more to the bottom of it, people are just struggling to get through the day. And therefore, innovation does not mean anything. So the equation for the people with disposable income is innovation plus relevance is equal to impact. You need to think of something new. You have to make it directed to some burning problem. It'll have an impact. For the other people, it's really relevance plus innovation is equal to impact, meaning you have to co-create the solution with them and build the capacity within those communities to really spread that solution. The new idea that you bring to solve the problem does not have to be earth-shattering, does not have to be patentable, does not need a huge competitive advantage or anything like that. Once you get it going, and if it works in a few places, once you've proven it, then to scale it, you'll probably need all the methodology that you use in the 2 billion people economy to bring to that sector. So, the first 10 years in that, we call it the social innovation sandbox in India, was pretty much trying to build capability within that area. But slowly, over the last 3-4 years, we've been able to inject a lot of talent from the other sector of the economy. So we have Stanford, MIT, all these guys going up there. We have about 10 IITians working in Hubli. We just hired IIM Calcutta, IIM Ahmedabad guys. So now those people can bring their new ideas, and also they have to bring with a lot of compassion, because ultimately, if you're trying to solve the problem of a customer, you have to understand the customer. And it's very hard to understand the customers for you and me being where we are right now, right? Because we don't understand the risk tolerance, we don't understand what's important for them and so on. So people having all these skills, but really appreciating the fact that we really need to understand these people before we apply a lot of these big ideas is sort of the crux of the issue, I think. And if we did that, things scale quite a bit. And that's the nice part of it.
So that's I have the Deshpande Foundation and the sandbox that you have in Hubli. It's just such a fascinating model, having an impact not just locally, but it's in fact at a if I would may say a horizontal level in terms of really generating that entrepreneur, that drive to build solutions and giving them that freedom to build it. So I would, I'm sure the audience would love to hear, maybe examples of some programs or interventions that you found really impactful.
So we work in 4 sectors. We work in skilling, where there is millions of people who actually do 15, 17 years of education in India, and they still can't get jobs. So we have a program where in 4 months we can whip them into shape and get them a job. And then we are finding ways to scale that. We work with agriculture. We work with about 120,000 farmers. So maybe I'll pick the agriculture example to demonstrate how, because it's probably our first example which is ready to scale. It's not scaled yet. So any intervention in agriculture is all about having farmer make more income, right? On an average, the farmer in India makes almost 8 times less per acre than what you could do with the most modern technology. 8 is difficult, but if you can get 2x or 3x, that's pretty good. So we have 3 interventions in agriculture. One is, how do you bring better cultivating methodologies, right? Better seeds, less pesticides, more fertilizers. So we built a network of about 240 of our people who live in villages. Each person works with 500 farmers, and then we have a central group of some research people. So every time there's always knowledge going back and forth in terms of what should the farmer do and what are the better things to do, and we keep piloting new ideas and so on. So that's improving the process of cultivation. The second one is farmer producer organizations, where a farmer can get better supply chain and also get better price for the produce. Because as an individual farmer, it's very hard for any farmer to negotiate with big guys. I mean, this guy he's got no education, so so we have a team of people who actually negotiate all the deals, and then the FPOs sign MOUs, and then they use those contracts. So we don't get in the flow of money, but we cultivate that. But the most exciting program we have is water. Water is the biggest multiplier of income for farmers, particularly in arid land. So this program started about 7 years ago, when actually Ratan Tata was visiting Hubli for our program. And we said, if you actually dig a hole that's 100 feet by 100 feet by 12 feet, it can hold enough water, rainwater, to irrigate about 5 acres of land and double and triple the income. So he said, yeah, let's try it. And he actually gave us 5 machines. So in phase 1, we did about 150 of these farm ponds. We didn't charge the farmer anything. We just wanted to learn how to do these and also make sure that the farmer actually makes more money. And that actually proved out to be the right thing to do. And then over the last 6 years in phase 2, we've done 6,000 farm ponds, right? And a typical farm pond costs about 80,000 rupees, and it takes about 40 hours to complete a farm pond. Out of the 80,000, the farmer actually pays 55,000 rupees, and we pay only 25,000. And also, sitting in Boston, how do I know whether the program works or not? I know the program works if there's a demand for it. So for us to do farm pond in any village, 50 to 100 farmers have to get together in the village who have about 5 acres or more, and they have to sign up, and then they get a signature of the panchayat head, and then bring that request to the foundation. And right now we have a backlog of 10,000 of these farm ponds. So I know that that program works. So we're just launching a new program now where we're going to be doing 100,000 farm ponds. And the financial model is that the farmer pays upfront 25,000, and then he gets a loan for the other part of the money, and he pays it back over the next 2-3 years. So we're working with the financial institutions to make sure that financing is arranged, the credit worthiness, bring new methodologies of bringing credit measurements to the farmers and so on. So I think anytime you think of the intervention can only scale 3 different ways. Either it becomes a free market intervention, and this farm pond is a free market intervention because we have proven it to the point where farmers are willing to pay for the whole thing. Number 2, it can become a part of a government program. So for example, if you look at Akshay Patra, it's a 50% government, 50% charity, or a very broad charity. And if it's charity, it should be very broad-based. It cannot be 1 or 2 people, because then it becomes like a business with 10% customers. Then you'll just collapse. So, and it turns out that most of the interventions probably will become combinations of all the 3, the free market, government, and charity. And particularly if you go more and more to the bottom of the pyramid, the more you'll have to somehow try to combine all the 3. But it's very important to have some free market component, if you can have it, within the intervention. Because number 1, it brings dignity. Number 2, it brings the feedback. When people pay for something, then it's something, you're doing something that they really need, as opposed to pushing it down their throat.
Got it. And this is, sort of resonating so much because at the Nudge Forum, in fact, the idea is essentially, and if you look at the participation, it's that realization that it's Samaj Sarkar Bazaar, which is government, civil society, and market, and they really have to come together. So in terms of entrepreneurship, right, if we look at the journey of India, in entrepreneurship, I think there's good energy in India now. There's movement of capital. And so from the market standpoint, yes, there is, you can say there's entrepreneurship that's taking off. But then if you look at the other part, which is the social entrepreneurship part, and just like you said, right, if you think of it as a pyramid, there's at the bottom of the pyramid that the needs are different, but also it is understanding that customer base is important. And it is a slightly different supply, demand, and price sensitivity model over there. And so building that entrepreneurial ecosystem for that particular customer base or so has its challenges. And while there are a lot of nonprofits in India, I think it's around 3 million that we have, Akshay Patra being the largest among those, and even half of that funding coming from government. But if you compare it to other, maybe even neighboring countries or countries all over the world, it is still very, very small. And the entire ecosystem is small. So, having done this in leadership with the Deshpande Foundation as well, what are the factors, would you say, to really jumpstart that, or at least accelerate that ecosystem that gets more entrepreneurs in, gives them the foundation, as well as gives them the ability to scale and continue to thrive?
So, there is 1.4 billion people in India, out of which about 300 million live in metro cities. And even in metro people, you have a lot of poor people who need those interventions. But the 1.1 billion live in semi-urban and rural. And that's the forgotten market right now. And so you need to, so the market-based entrepreneurship can address quite a bit of that 1.1 billion people market. And that's what we're doing in our incubator. We got over 100 companies, and a lot of them are focused on selling to semi-urban and rural populations. The problem with the nonprofit sector is that, what happens so what is the difference between for-profit and non-profit? When you start with the both of them are very hard. Both of them start with some entrepreneur having some crazy idea. But in the for-profit world, within a year or 2 years or maybe 3, if you don't converge to a solution, for which somebody is willing to pay, you're out of business, you're bankrupt, right? In the nonprofit world, unfortunately, the beneficiary does not pay. Most of the cases, it's somebody else who actually pays the money. So you don't, unfortunately, so you lack that feedback loop, which is a big disadvantage in knowing whether you're doing the right thing or not. But also it lets you just survive. So you just limp along. And also entrepreneurs, just like you in the for-profit, I mean, it's very hard for an entrepreneur to actually give up on what they're working on. Conviction and perseverance are their, key ingredients, and they keep going. But in the non-profit world, they keep going forever, even if they're not non-performing. So like you said, out of the millions of nonprofits in India, there's probably less than 25 which are more than 50 crores a year, right? Even 50 crores is not that big. So I think we have to somehow find a better efficiency in making those assets into performing assets. We actually need a little bit of a Chapter 11 and mergers and acquisitions, all that financial engineering stuff that you do in the for-profit sector needs to come to that nonprofit sector. But people working on the nonprofit, so I think so there's two groups of people that we are trying to address in this session here. One is people who are actually involved in the social sector and trying to do something. And then the people who are trying to help them from Silicon Valley or wherever else or within India. If you're trying to help these people, what they have is compassion. And what you have is rigor. And so don't lose that rigor for compassion. So the only way we actually bring big difference to the world is if you bring the execution excellence of the for-profit to the compassion of the nonprofit, and to bring some of the compassion of the nonprofit to the execution excellence of the for-profit. So people who go from the for-profit sector should help these people be a lot more rigorous. Just like you would have a phase 0, phase 1, phase 2. You're pivoting, you're experimenting, you're measuring, you're looking at what you're doing. In fact, we would love to promote that process, but first we have to do it ourselves. So we actually have a Tata Deshpande Innovation Center in Hubli, where we have about 9 interventions, and all the 9 interventions are going through that process right now. So Farm Pond is probably the one that's the furthest along, but the other ones are coming along. And I'm hoping that if we can actually show that that's a good way to invest for a bigger impact, that a lot of the philanthropists and the CSR money and everybody else will start investing in that more, as opposed to just doing more of what people are doing. Right now, philanthropy would mean you look at an organization which is having a good intervention, and you put a lot of money in that intervention, and you try to scale it, right? But in addition to scaling it, you always need to put a portion of the money in making it even better, so that you can scale even better, right? You just like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10% of your expenses goes into R&D. We need to create that R&D investment within the nonprofit sector, so that your money will go a lot further in the future.
So we've talked of ecosystems and we've talked of the business models. Being in Silicon Valley and talking of India and US, you cannot leave technology behind. And it's, it is something that has proven to leapfrog a lot of systems in terms of the cell phone revolution in India. But that's sort of the foundational element. Where do you think technology innovation, I think it's clear to say technology innovation has a role to play, but I would say, how can technology innovation be really applied to make that impact and leapfrog especially in the case of social entrepreneurship?
Yeah, so it's a question of, one is technology will make progress. It'll become cheaper and cheaper, friendlier and friendlier, easier and easier to use. And as you go from one generation to the next generation, the adoption it will be a lot more. So it'll all happen slowly. But the question is, how do you accelerate it so that people don't have to suffer through that a long period of time? So I think it's a question of coming up with good solutions, but also building capacity to be able to absorb it. So let's say, for example, India is building fiber internet in every village, right? So there's going to be enough information flowing through all these villages. But the ability of the farmer to consume that information is very limited. His education is at the level where he can consume maybe 2-3 lines of information at a time. So it's almost like building a ramp. So we have these 240 people in the field who are more minimum wage, but we have trained them. So they're good for maybe 2 pages, right? So they can read those 2 pages and translate it to 2 lines for the farmer. And then we have a central group. And then we actually have an engineer in Silicon Valley who is constantly looking at the satellite imaging, looking at the land conditions and what's happening and so on. So it's building that ramp all the way from the solution to the ability to deploy it in the field. The mistake that a lot of us make, technologists, is that we get all excited about how innovation and technology can actually have a big impact, and we start creating. So every Silicon Valley entrepreneur wants to create this app, which will solve all education problems, right? So, and in fact, that's the problem with the nonprofit in US, because US always thinks that the nonprofit has to come up with a better and better and better product, which can solve the problem. But you can sugarcoat the candy only that much. Just sugarcoating the candy will not get you there. You have to be in the field to inspire people wanting to change. And so it's a little bit of a cultural change, right? You have to show what's possible. And so you have to maybe make it happen with 5 people, and then it'll happen with 20, and then 50, and 500, 5,000. At some point, it'll become a critical mass and take over. But causing that change, the agent of change within the community, is what's painstaking. And you have to sort of keep doing it, and then maybe you'll find a leverage. And this is true in US and in India. In US, we have a program called Entrepreneurship for All. We run it in 10 impoverished communities. We're going to do another 300 of these. And we're going to be creating about 9,000 new companies. These are the kind of companies where 75% of them are led by women, 50% of them are previously unemployed, 60% of them are of color. But these impoverished communities, when you go there, there's not much entrepreneurship, right? So you really have to handpick and handhold about 5 of them, and then you do 10, and then you do 50, and then you do 30. So the first town took 5 years. Second one took 3. Now we're down to like 1. So slowly we're learning how to do it. We have enough examples to inspire those people wanting to do it. So there is some leverage in terms of learning how to do it, but it's very hard to do it without actually being in the field and really being there and building that capacity.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the whole perseverance, patience part, and that's sort of common, wherever you go. But there's that jump starting part, and then the way I think the scale that you're talking about is definitely needed, and that's something definitely we all look up to the Deshpande Foundation for. So I'm just going through the questions, Desh. We have a couple of minutes to go, and thankfully, we've covered most of those questions. I think, I'm just scanning through, and we've covered all of them. So I know that you believe in doing rather than talking. In fact, when you agreed to this, it took some persistence, because your quote was, "Well, I would rather do rather than talk." But since you guys are persistent, I'll say yes. So in the same vein, right, when people get off this conference and they've taken all this inspiration and listened to all these talks, what is your advice on doing, on going forward and making action happen for all the people who are listening, either from the development sector or from people who are desirous of coming to the development sector or are entrepreneurs not in the development sector?
Yeah, so to those who want to get into the development sector, I think some of the old mindset used to be, you do well in your professional career, you make a lot of money, and then maybe after you retire, you give the money to the development sector. I don't think that's a good way to think about it. I would encourage all the young people to start getting involved in whatever way they can. You decide how much time you want to give, how much money you want to give, and then slowly start getting engaged. And I would stress that slowly, because what happens is sometimes people get very excited. They think that if they just wrote away a big check or just gave their life, they can solve world hunger. It doesn't happen. It's just problems are pretty hard. But then, so I tell everybody that it's a little bit like playing with fire, the social sector. If you get too anxious and too eager and go stick your hand right inside the fire, you get burnt. And then you are bitter and you're useless for yourself and you're useless for everybody else, right? But at the same time, if you never get close to the fire, you'll not experience the warmth. So I would say start early and start inching towards the fire to the extent that you can, and enjoy the process. You're doing it at the right pace. At any given point, if you know that you're enjoying the process, I mean, there will be ups and downs, that's given. But in an overall sense, you don't want to make it into like I'm sacrificing everything so that I can help somebody else. You really want to be doing it so that you can believe that you actually get this opportunity to do all these things. So as long as you're enjoying it, I think you're useful to the world. If you're happy, you can make other people happy.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Desh. This has been definitely a pleasure. I've learned a lot, and I'm sure the audience has appreciated it as well, and we've got all the questions answered. So again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Amit, and wish you all the best with your efforts.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you,
Over to
Desh
you,
and
Rima.
Amit, for a very, very thoughtful conversation. Transitioning now really quickly to a fireside chat with eminent economist Hernando de Soto, moderated by Zoe Tabery. Before we start the session, a few housekeeping items and reminders. The session is 60 minutes in duration. The audience will be in listen-only mode. You can put questions in the Q&A box that you see at the bottom of your screen. If you're not in the Zoom meeting room, but are watching on